Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're back. We're back for day 2, baby. Yes, that's right, Hasbro Pulse Con. Day 2, 2022. I go by the name of Cleo Thomas, a.k.a. Mr. Slick Living. I got DJ A-Man on the ones and twos.
You're now rocking with the blessed.
That's right, that's right. How y'all feeling, baby? I know you guys are excited. You had a whole day 1. Now you calmed down a little bit, right? You went to sleep, maybe, or you stayed up all night pre-ordering, figuring out which ones you wanted to add to your collection. But now we are here for day 2 for even more greatness. Oh, it feels good to be back. Just less than 24 hours, and I'm already back in the hot seat, getting ready to host Hasbro Pulse Con 2022, baby. Let me go over everything that went down yesterday, right? We had Transformers, we had Power Rangers, we had Fortnite, we had starting lineup, and then we had the Selfie Series. My phone has blown up. Everybody asking me about the Selfie Series. Cleo, how did you get yours? I want mine. What am I going to do? Listen, it's very simple. All you gotta do, have the Hasbro Pulse Con, the Hasbro Pulse app. You can scan the code when it pops up. That way you can go ahead and start the process to get yours one. Now, due to the overwhelming excitement for the Hasbro Selfie Series that launched yesterday, the app is experiencing some technical difficulties, but don't worry, we're figuring all those things out because I know you guys are excited to be able to get your hands on your own Selfie Series figure as well. But don't worry, it's all gonna work out. In the meantime, though, I'm gonna just show off just one of mine very, very quickly. This one's just, I'll just show you guys my little G.I. Joe cleat.
There he is, there he is.
This is my G.I. Joe cleat. Don't worry, you're gonna have your Selfie Series figure too to add to your shelf. But man, just the details in the backpack, man.
It's crazy. He got the sword.
He got the sword too, bro. Got the sword, all the accessories. You see the grenades on the chest.
Oh,
I'm Snake
iconic, iconic.
I'm Snake Eyes Cleo, man. I love that. Now, as amazing as that was, you gotta be able to let the people know, DJ A-Man, just how big of a deal this is.
This is huge, man. Kicked off yesterday, the first time that you can actually be a toy, right?
What you've always dreamed of.
If Cleo can be a toy.
That's right. You can't.
You ain't gonna be Snake Eyes by yourself,
no,
baby.
I'm not, man. No, I'm not. Everybody.
The whole world right now can be Snake Eyes. The whole world. Check it out right here.
Man.
Get the app. Take your photos, scan your face,
right?
And just like that, you could be Snake Eyes too, right?
It's one thing to have a toy of your favorite character, but it's a whole other thing to have a toy of yourself as your favorite character, and that's what the Selfie Series is all about. It's so big, we gotta show you guys the announcement video again. Can we roll that tape again? Roll the tape again, ladies and gentlemen. That's a whole lot of cool, right? This is the 3rd Pulse Con, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and better. Can't even wait for next year already.
Yeah, man.
Can't, man. I can't. There was so many characters that you get a chance to choose from to even have a Selfie Series figure.
Crazy.
I need all of them.
All of them.
I need my face on every single one of the Selfies.
I need him to be an Imperial Stormtrooper, like, right now.
Right now. You're gonna switch up from the all black to the all white?
I gotta be the Mando first, though.
I get it. I understand.
Yeah.
You're gonna have Grogu with you as well, I'm sure.
That's right.
That's right. That's right, man. Let's move on to day 2. We'll have some guests, some surprises, and most important of all, brand panels where we will hear from all your favorites. We've got G.I. Joe, we've got Avalon Hill, we've got Magic the Gathering, Indiana Jones. Yes. Yes, Indiana Jones is back.
Man, I have not been more excited. When the G.I. Joe Classified series came out, I thought that was it.
Yeah.
And then they said, Indy's back.
Indy?
Oh, come on.
We're talking.
In all his retro glory?
We talking the whip, we talking the jackets, we talking the fedora. This is Indiana Jones, people. And of course, Star Wars.
That's right.
With some great things prepared for both Black Series and Vintage. So much good stuff. But best of all, this year we're partnering with Toys for Tots. For every viewer of Hasbro Pulse Con, Hasbro will donate 2 toys or games to Toys for Tots, up to 60,000 pieces. Ooh. So tune in, tell your friends to tune in, and let's do some good together, right? That's what it's all about. But before I bring out our first guest, I want to remind everyone that Hasbro Pulse Con is a special moment of the year for the fans across brands and across the world. From DJ Amen and I, to our friends working at Hasbro, all of our guests, and you at home. So let's remember to be nice in the chats.
That's right, man. You gotta be nice. It's rule number 1, man. We're talking about toys. How could you not be?
It's just toys. They're everything to us. They hold a special place in your heart. These characters hold a special place in everybody's heart. And if today is anything like yesterday, we're going to have a great time. You guys in the chat, you guys are the reason why we are here having a blast, talking and laughing about everything that's been going on. So to kick off day 2, I believe DJ Amen invited a friend to join us as we look back at everything we saw yesterday during Hasbro Pulse Con day 1.
That's right, man. Cleo, I've got a great friend of mine.
Yeah.
He's got more energy than anybody I know.
Yeah.
And during our time off, the great big time off vacation we had over, a couple of years, he brought toys into the hearts of everybody all across through his social networks. He would bring in celebrities and just normal collectors into his live, and he would let them show off their collections to the whole world.
That's what
and
I'm talking about.
Every day he went on, and some of the coolest toys, throwback, new, whatever it was, the best collections in the world. Yeah. He got to, show everybody and keep us happy during a time that was, we didn't know what was going on.
Very shaky time for everybody.
Yeah, man.
Very
so, ladies and gentlemen, where is he, man? Let's bring in Destroy from Show Off Your Gems fame.
Destroy, what's up, man? Okay.
There he is.
Okay, Destroy, what's up, man?
Life is amazing. I'm super excited. Hold on.
The harmonica is
I gotta
back.
tell you guys, this has been mind-blowing. Listen, to all those who have families, put them to the side. Hasbro Pulse Con set me right. I'm super pumped up. I'm gonna tell you, man, seeing you two hold it down along with everybody else has been phenomenal.
You look great, man.
Of course, my mother and my father love me. Let's go.
Yo, he's coming through with the Optimus Prime helmet. I'm looking at the back, brother. I see your collection. You're dancing. You're living life. You're pulling up with all the energy to PulseCon Day 2, man. Very, very happy to have you part of the
custom Show Off Your Gems Soundwave tee on.
I see it. I see it. He repping heavy, man.
Man, tell us about Show Off Your Gems, man. Well, tell us how important it was. Tell us how much fun you had.
Listen, seriously, it has been amazing and super phenomenal to even have this opportunity, not only on Hasbro Con, but during a moment when a lot of us wanted and needed community. I wanted to show something that connected a lot of us through passion, and that is the world of collecting. Of course, my background is hip hop. One of my first mixtapes. This is the cover.
Wow.
Yeah.
Come on, son.
Nah, he's an OG.
The first 12-inch I ever did right here.
Wow, look at you.
And then I put out another mixtape.
Oh, no, he's fully in. He's fully
Look at him,
inspired.
man.
I love it. Look at him. Look. He's got to climb through the
And
toys.
you never know what he's going to come back with. That's
we
the crazy.
gaming over here. And listen, man, you want to put your jukebox, boombox with the little bumblebee fire.
Yo.
Look at you. Look at you. Gem heads unite. Let's go.
I love it. Destroy, man. You were watching yesterday, and I gotta ask you, man. Like, what stood out the most to you? Getting a chance to see everything coming out of Transformers, of course. We see that that's a big, big inspiration for you. Is there anything that was in that panel that really shocked you yesterday?
Listen, a lot of decisions was made in my life as a human being, and one of them is the life of a Dinobot fan. The fact that they're coming out with the 6 that all combined really has my heart. I am excited with Oh, yo, bro, son, son, let's go. Yo, the shattered glass.
Oh, you got that?
Joint, this is Blaster, but this right here, oh, you know who I'm having breakfast, lunch, and dinner with? Oh, and you know who's the brunch champ? Right here, Sound Blaster, loves brunch. Ugh, there was so many things announced, I gotta tell you guys. From even the cards, the magic cards with the Transformers in there with the alternate universe, that really blew my mind. The colorway was beautiful. The comic book that was announced for the Shattered Glass 2 covers, the 2 options. One has graffiti, and me, to those who know, I'm a huge hip hop kid. So anybody out there in the chats, in the comments right now, put where you watching from. Yugoslavia, Guam, wherever it is, Peru, all my homies, salute. I'm pumped up, I'm excited. So there was a lot of great things, and everybody's talking about how they get it. And to all the gem heads from Show Off Your Gems, they've been trying the whole Selfie Series thing.
Yeah, Detroit. So I gotta ask you, man, will you be getting yourself a Selfie Series figure like me and DJ A-Man?
Are you serious? Are you serious? Yo, bro, I'm gonna get a Selfie Series for everybody I love. It's amazing. It's a way. I'm gonna probably do it for rappers. I'm gonna just be like, yo, like, you know, I'm gonna have to do it because the Selfie Series thing, you know, is super special. And when I tell you, you can get it in they got the Power Rangers, they got the Ghostbusters. Come on, son.
Come on, son. You got, man, G.I. Joe, Star Wars, Power Rangers. Look. If you can look right here, you can see DJ A-Man's like turntable. Look at him in Snake Eyes. Look at him in Snake Eyes. When did you ever think you would see A-Man in Snake Eyes, man?
I usually do not admit this. Some people are better than me, and that's DJ A-Man and anybody who has a Selfie Series. Salute. You guys are awesome. That was phenomenal. I got to tell you, what an idea. What a great thing. And the fact that it's like for a time right now for the Hasbro Pulse Con, the homie could get it for the $59.99 thing. Yeah. It's like, yo, jump on it. I'm super excited. Take your face, bang, bang, bing, bang, bang. And then it makes it into some futuristics.
So, D, in case anybody missed yesterday, run us through the quick recap, man. Give us the quick recap. Let's go.
We are in the future. We are in the point of our life where a person could go on the internet, on the iPhone 1, flip iPhones, whatever it is you guys got in your madness world of Androids. I don't know. But I need human beings to understand. There were some situations that took place from even the Power Rangers, Street Fighter, Wicked. So cool. You know, there was a lot of fire on there.
Starting lineup? Come on, man.
Can we talk starting lineup?
Can we talk about it?
Oh, he's showing off.
When that was announced with Ja Morant, is there a man that I want to hug? Ja Morant. I'm getting the starting lineups and I'm hugging all those figures.
Man,
fire.
Fortnite yesterday, Marvel Legends. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Sun fam, Marvel Legends. Salute to all my Marvel Legend heads out here. What I've been doing with the Show Off Your Gems, I've been mailing out a bunch of old classic Marvel Legend figures, out to them. Like, it'll just show up in their mail because I want people to have collections, man. Go out there. This is a moment. This was a place of escapism for me. This right here was my first. My dad made me, go to the store, and he was like, how fast can you do it? If you could do it in 5 minutes, I'll buy you a Transformer toy. This is the first one right here.
That's right, Destroy. That's right, Destroy, man. We thank you so much, man, for recapping it. This is what Hasbro Pulse Con is all about, bringing fans together from all over the world, all different walks of life, and getting a chance to show off all of their cool collections and also get ready to add a few pieces to their collections. Destroy, thank you so much for stopping by.
Yes, sir.
We really do appreciate it, man. We're going to see you again soon, brother. Yeah.
It's so good to see you, D. Keep rocking, man. Keep going,
bro.
Don't stop. Keep going.
All right, Destroy. Thank you so much, man. You're right. He does have a lot of energy, man.
Yeah, man. I had to warn you before they started.
You told me. You gave me a heads up. That's how he was going to be, man. But I love seeing all of his collection, man. It was dope to be able to check in with him from his headquarters. All right, you guys ready to see what day 2 is going to bring? Huh? That's what I'm talking about. All right, now. So starting off, we got G.I. Joe to start things off on day 2. After that, we've got Avalon Hill. Then we got Magic the Gathering. Then, of course, Indiana Jones, an epic return. Everyone's excited about Indiana Jones. This is Harrison Ford.
Yeah, man. This is Harris, the legend.
It's going to be beautiful to see. And then we're going to end things off on day 2 with Star Wars. And come on, me and my Selfie Series figure right here as my Stormtrooper. This is available for people. And like, it's available for me now because I have mine, but you can have yours too soon. But for right now, I'm just gonna keep him tucked on my desk with me. Remember, this show is live, so the schedule can change as the day goes on, but don't worry, we will keep you updated throughout the day so that you know when your favorite brands are going live. Currently, the schedule looks like I said, G.I. Joe, then Avalon Hill, and everything I just mentioned. So, before we switch over to the first brand panel, DJ Amen.
Check it out, man. We did it yesterday, and I gotta get you ready today.
Run it up.
You know what time it is, man.
Hey.
You know what time it is.
Hey.
All the G.I. Joe fans.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yo, Joe.
Are you ready?
Yo, Joe.
It's turn up time.
Let's go. Yo, Joe. There we go, baby.
Cobra.
This is what I'm talking about, man. Even just getting a chance to see my Snake Eyes figure, man.
Oh, man, we in here.
Side by side, G.I. Joe, we throwing to it. I can't wait for it, man. Okay, look, here we go all the way back.
Hey,
my walkie-talkie.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I was about to say, don't you have somebody to hit up right now?
Hold on, here we go. Hello? Emily, are you there?
Copy that, Cleo. We are ready to start the G.I. Joe panel. Hello, everybody at Pulse Con. I hope you really enjoyed our vintage G.I. Joe walkie-talkies. We are so excited to be kicking off your Saturday of Pulse Con Day 2 with our G.I. Joe panel. So my name is Emily. I am the brand manager for G.I. Joe. I use she and her pronouns, and I am so excited to be joined by 3 of my amazing team members. Let's start with Corey. Please introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, guys. I am Corey. I am the 3D sculpting manager. I go by he, him, and I work on G.I. Joe Classified Series.
Hi guys, I'm Lenny Panzica. I'm principal designer of the G.I. Joe Classified Series, and I go by he, him pronouns.
Hi everybody, I'm Tony, the master model artist on G.I. Joe Classified, he, him.
Fabulous. So thank you, everybody. And we're so excited to be here with you today at PulseCon. We have a lot of really exciting things planned for the beginning of our panel. Let me just click the next button so that we kind of know where we're going on this. So just to start out, a couple of housekeeping things. So as we've been doing kind of to celebrate the 40th anniversary of G.I. Joe Real American Hero, we raided the archives and picked some really fun product to have to join us for set dressing today, including, I don't know, the VHS tape might be my favorite.
I'm enjoying the back panel actually.
Right? Yeah.
It's
really
glorious.
Good. It's like old style. There's comics.
Can we talk about the dinosaur?
The Dino Hunter is Tony's favorite.
We've been talking about that for weeks now.
It's great.
So take a look, see some of the amazing things that we have out here. This is, just to emphasize, this is in no way, shape, or form an indicator of product that will be coming out. These are just things that caught my eye while I was in the archives. So to bring things back to modern day, wanted to kind of start off by saying the shirts that are lovely, the gentleman I am joined by here today are wearing, are actually our new G.I. Joe fan merch shirts. You guys have been asking for his take shirts, and
really?
now they're available.
That's awesome.
The amazing 788 insignia on the front, and then on the back, it actually has our really awesome His Tank logo, and so you'll be able to see those online at HasbroPulse.com. There we go.
I think I pulled something.
Starting it off strong. We're live, guys. We're having a good time. So we have our awesome new fan merch. We talked about our table stuff. So as many of you wonderful humans know, as we have been kind of doing these fan streams for the last couple of months, we have kind of a new how to say, order of things that we've been doing.
Order of show.
Cadence. There we go.
That's how you say it.
What we've been doing, there we go, is, so first we are doing name-only reveals, blurg, for our 2023 line. Then we are doing render reveals. So after we've done the character names, we get to show you what kind of a Paint Master model of them looks like digitally. And then the final last step is our pre-orders, where we are actually launching with physical figures in hands, beautiful diorama images, the whole 9 yards. So we'll kind of walk our way through those steps today. Does that sound good to everybody?
Let's rock.
That's a lot.
Awesome. So first up, we do our name-only reveals. So we're kicking it off strong. So we have 3 name-only reveals for you today, and we are so excited. So name reveal number 1. Are you ready? You've wanted it. We're bringing it to you. Snow Serpents. What was that hand gesture?
That's a snow serpent. Everyone knows that.
Of course, I'm so sorry. No, there it is.
Really?
So,
Man, I'm gonna get brutalized.
no, that was beautiful. I really loved it. So, Snow Serpents are going to be our first character name only reveal for today, followed by Buzzer.
Yeah.
So, really looking forward to kind of building out that.
Wait to share it too. He looks like a crazy person.
It's
That's incredible.
We're very, very excited. And then last up, we are so excited about this one. We are doing new Cobra Troopers, but female Cobra Troopers.
That's right.
Yeah.
Or is that it?
I think, I mean,
That's it.
that's it.
That's it.
That's
Like,
it.
no
You
problem.
get.
You can wonder and
Look
kind
up
of
now.
noodle on what you think may be arriving, but we're really, really excited about them.
Yeah,
We're stoked about all of these, and we
for
hope that you guys are too. Fabulous. Okay, so we did the name-only reveals. I'm nailing it, guys. So, you know, we're getting into the groove of things. We're getting going. It's early-ish on Saturday. I can't even say that. It's like noon.
Yeah.
Time has no meaning. It's fine. So
What is time?
what is time, guys?
What is it really?
So we are going to get started on our render-only reveals. So that means that these figures will be coming out for pre-order at some time in the future, in some way, shape, or form. So we will eventually have physical models of these that we'll show you, but for now, these are digital-only models. So first up is our friend and yours, Rock and Roll.
Ooh, man, yeah, Rock and Roll. He was really fun to work on. You know, we wanted to get that whole surfer vibe with him, as well as the heavy weapons kind of like team member there, and we put that all in the box, as you can see up on the screen right now. He's got a lot of cool little nods to his kind of surfer roots, and then we wanted to get that, like, he's a bassist in a band, so we gave him some more tattoos and stuff. And I gotta say, Tony, when we got down to getting deco on this thing, you want to tell us a little bit about it? He did a really good job here.
Yeah, I'd love to. You designed some incredible full sleeve tattoos.
They were fun to do.
You know, when you look at the colors on that, we made it look a little worn in too.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like seeing those harsh blacks on top of the arms, so it's like that kind of faded blues on there. So we're looking for some subtleties, as subtle as you can get as a guy with all that gear all over him. The skulls. Yeah. And Corey.
Yeah, so working on the sculpt of this one was super fun. Rock and Roll has always been one of my favorites. I love the heavy weapons characters. And, you know, so for him, we wanted to do a little more, you know, have a little more fun. So we do give him variant hands, one of which is the horns. You know, he is Rock and Roll.
Yeah.
And so we wanted to bring that into the figure.
Yeah.
And then, of course, his you know, heavy blaster there. It has functional bipods as well as the functional ammo belt. It's going to be a sweet figure. I'm really excited and happy with it.
He's cool, man. Something we forgot to mention, he's actually, you can't see in this image, but he's got the bottom of a skull on his hand. So when he's got his weapon, you can like have a skull face on him, which looks really sweet. So like he can put it in front of his face.
You really had fun with this one.
We had a
you got control with it. Great.
He's metal.
We may have gone too far, but
yeah.
No such thing. So we're really excited for you to see a physical model of Rock and Roll sometime in the future. We will let you know at a future date when these new figures will be available. So that being said, our next friend is going to be Bazooka.
Oh yeah, he was fun to bring into the line in this, like the classic colorway, as you can see on the screen here. You know, we got the sweet jersey going on. He's got his sweet classic. Overall, it's just, he's a staple, and we got this version of Bazooka, and we're super excited about having him. Tony, you did a really good job on the deck. You want to tell us a little bit about it?
Sure, yeah. Being from New England, I don't know if you can tell from the accent, but I love seeing this colorway on his jersey. I don't know if you can see some roots in the New England lore. And again, of course, we've got that wonderful mustache on there and face print on him. So really cool and fun figure to work on.
I can't wait to show the actual sample because the stash came out great.
It's powerful.
Yeah, it's very powerful.
As we say.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Bazooka was super fun. You know, we really wanted to bring as much character into this figure and, you know, kind of making him a little meatheady, you know, and he's got some very...
a little bit.
Yeah, he's got, you know, some sort of, you know, larger square features in his face, you know, to really bring him to life and make him feel you know, aggressive, but, you know, kind of fun too.
And, you know, with him being meaty, we were actually able to, the sleeve of his jersey actually overhangs over his bicep a little bit, so it gives a nice kind of like layered effect.
Yep.
Which
yeah, it would, you know, gives us a nice effect of actually, you know, having an arm in the sleeve instead of, you know, it all being one solid piece, and it worked out really well.
Yeah, he's a good fig.
Yeah,
cool.
good.
All right, so that is our new Bazooka figure. So next up, we have Torpedo.
Oh, Torpedo. I've been wanting to do Torpedo for a while now, and I gotta say, I am super excited how he came out. I mean, the color is looking awesome on him, his gear. There's so many combinations how you can put it on him. The mask goes on, the backpack goes on, the spear gun will go onto his backpack. And it goes over his arm as well. He's just epic, and if you guys know anything about Torpedo, he's that character in Joe that all the other Joes like know how good he is, and like they kind of like, whoa, like Torpedo's here, we're all set. But the colorway, again, going into that color. Tony, you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, it's just staying true to the classic color scheme of the grays, that like bright kind of dark red and blacks, and he's got a really nice, you know, darker kind of tan skin tone as well. Super happy with the way this guy came out. And then Corey, all the accessories, unbelievable.
Yeah, this one, you know, it was a bit of a challenge, you know, the wetsuit and all of the gear that he has, you know, making all of that work while still retaining the articulation, you know, making it so that he can carry all of his gear was really important for him. And so he can have the spear gun on his shoulder through the hoop, and the SMG can plug into the bottom of the backpack as well, so he can carry everything all at once. You know, and also I love superheroes, and so this was, you know, one of the times I got to dig in and really do some nice anatomy sculpting, you know, through the wetsuit, and it's just, I'm super happy with this figure, and, you know, just really excited to get him in the bathtub.
Well, first of all, it was incredible. He's actually our first skin tight costume.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Now it's not exactly just skin tight.
No.
Corey went in. There's a lot of details on this guy. So he's got an actual wetsuit on, but it's like probably the most skin tight anatomically accurate we have.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely showing some anatomy through the suit, but it's not, you know, just a muscle body. You know, there is clothing details there, a lot of seams, you know, subtle wrinkles and such to help bring it to life and make it feel realistic.
That's actually one of my mom's favorite things about classified figures. The first thing she looks at when she's looking at them is what the folds in the clothing look like when they're tucked into their boots.
Oh,
that is her favorite part of all the figures.
It's an important part.
Nice the details.
Yeah. So now is the point in time in which we say hi to all of our family members who are watching at home.
Hi,
everybody. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. It's really cute. My parents love watching all of our stuff. I assume everybody's families are really into it. You know, it's a
My
fun,
mother sends out the text.
Yeah, absolutely adorable. But that's not all. We have Copperhead.
Oh, Copperhead. Yeah. We wanted to make him look like not such a nice person. So here he is, Copperhead. Look at that face and the machete. And, you know, we just gave him some really cool sidearms, gave him the scoped sidearm as well, which is super cool. And it actually goes into a holster that will go on his back. Really cool figure. I love the way the expression looks. I love the way the color came together. I love the way the anatomy looks. He's got this like visceral feel to him. And I think he's kind of the total package for a classified figure. And Tony, I mean, again, crushed it. You want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, bringing to life that outrageous color scheme of Copperhead with
He's
the
incognito.
teals,
You
the
can't see him coming.
neon greens, yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. But his expression, too, that was sculpted in, reinforcing that with the face print, his eyes kind of like cocked, or his eyebrows cocked, and he's looking all intimidating.
Yeah.
And, of course, you got that big, awesome silver Cobra logo on top, too, which is super, super cool.
Yeah, and with his expression, we did want to bring in sort of some of the psychoticness of the character, and maniacalness, and we also talked about should we make his helmet removable? And we ultimately decided no, because Copperhead is that helmet.
Yeah, sure.
And so it's so integral to the character that we wanted to, make sure we didn't have to sacrifice anything to make it removable. And so we made it, all one piece, and just there's so much character in just the eyes that it comes through and looks great.
And speaking of character on the helmet, when you guys get this figure in hand, you'll see the character that's on this helmet. We really realized what was on the old school figure, and I think you guys are going to be pleased when you see it in hand. It's a cool looking helmet, and it's got a lot of cool gizmos going on it. So it was fun to work on.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job.
And then last but not least, for our figure reveals today, we are looking at Shipwreck.
Yes, look at that chest hair. So here he is, Shipwreck. We have been very excited to get Shipwreck into the line, and we knew we had to do him right. So here he is, Shipwreck in all of his glory. The rope is removable. We put that in there actually so Polly can connect to it. There's also a connection piece on his forearm, like a little hole baked into his little white kind of wrist strap thing he's got there, almost like a sweatband. She'll fit in there as well. That's why she's got a peg leg, because she fits into the peg hole. It's pretty awesome. Plus, it makes her a pirate bird. And he's got some awesome gear. He's got the grappling hook that helps him get onto other boats when he has to breach another boat, I guess. And you can swap his hair out for when he's not on ship. Tony, you want to tell us a little bit about that deco? Because it's incredible.
You already had the spoiler. There's some chest hair on this guy. I love it when you guys bring the weird to me, and I get to deliver on the weird. So we've got this perfectly groomed, tuft, coming out subtle but nice. And of course, he's got his trademark tattoo, and we've got some weathering on the pants as well. And of course, the parrot is incredible, super bright. Some oversprays. Well, there's actually a lot of decoration on her. So, thank you for bringing the weird. I love that.
Anytime.
We had to spend a lot of money on that bird.
Yeah. And Corey, how did you bring the weird on this one?
Oh, always. Yeah, so I mean, the weathering on the pants, I think is such a nice touch. Just having some basic blue pants could be making it, a little flat, but that little bit of weathering really just brings in that extra detail and that extra life that's so cool. Polly is such a good character, and we do consider this an extra character in the box. It's not just an accessory, and so bringing in the peg leg, and also bringing her so that she is looking at Shipwreck, when she's on the shoulder, it's a fun dynamic between the two of them. Also worth noting that his second pistol there is a double-barreled musket.
That's right. Yes,
that can be holstered in his belt. And it's just, so much fun to be had with this character. He's so classic, but also fits very well into classified series.
And I don't know if we talked about, but there's a strange little bit off to the side. I don't know if it comes through on the renders, but the extra hair. Talk about the extra hair.
There's the extra hair, so that when he's not on ship and he's on shore, he can have his hair nice and primped and ready to go, and for a night on the town.
Yep. Oh, Shipwreck.
It might unbutton a little bit more. I'm not sure.
Next feature.
Yeah.
So those are our 5 digital render reveals of the day. So we are so excited to be bringing all of those to the classified line. So make sure that you stay tuned for more information about those figures in the future. So now, before we get into our pre-order launches, we just wanted to take a hot second and do a little trivia question.
Oh, trivia.
We found our Pulse Con exclusive for today. So, fans at home, which historical figure's DNA was not used by Dr. Mindbender when he created Serpenter? Was it A, Julius Caesar, B, Spartacus, or C, Alexander the Great?
I can't answer, right?
We're not allowed, right?
I mean, well, I think that after we give fans at home like a couple of seconds to answer
blurt it out
themselves. We're just really bad at trivia here, guys. So, okay.
I'm ready.
Okay, everybody. What is the correct answer?
Can we say it?
Yeah.
Spartacus.
So Spartacus's DNA was not used to create Serpentor, but a lot of other very cool historical figures' DNA was, including Julius Caesar and Alexander the Great.
He would have sowed rebellion if it was
Right?
Spartacus.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, you're a pretty good guy. Oh, and then also before we get into our pre-orders, we wanted to take just like a very, very quick moment to give you a quick His Tank update. So, great news, the His Tank campaign is funded and complete and very exciting. This all happened like a month ago, you guys know. Let's get back to the campaign. But we wanted to make sure that we gave you a little bit of an update here as well. So, for the first time ever, Tony has prepared some absolutely gorgeous physical models for us. And we're just gonna touch on these super fast because the magic voice in my ear is telling me that we're already running over, which is something that we totally do because we're very good at that. Yeah, exactly. So, Tony, would you like to share with us our new friends?
I would love to share these painted prototypes.
Here is the gunner. Do you have her side arms as well?
Let me.
Ooh, look at that. Look at the metallic red on the matte red.
And would you like
this? Is looking awesome. This is a printed model that Tony had painted. It's gorgeous. I'm gonna spin. There's the tool, the shovel.
Yeah.
You can also use to hit G.I. Joes with, as well as the mallet or sledgehammer. Oh, and then there you go.
And, all right. We have
so many accessories.
For the first time ever, check out that Cobra Commander with there's many accessories that are happening here.
Here are those Finnish putting out the gunner's accessories, which her heavy blaster with removable round, as well as her kind of like machine blaster with magazine. Of course, she's got her mace in there as well, but then the one, the only, the Commander. So here's Cobra Commander looking epic. We're super excited to get it. It's actually our first time kind of seeing it. Tony just finished it. We're super excited about it.
It's gorgeous.
Seeing him with the world snake in his hand, it's just like glorious and everything coming together. And he comes with some awesome stuff as well that we'll be able to show more of the details later on as we go.
Stay tuned for more information. Campaign updates, guys.
Yeah, so good.
Speaking of campaign updates, one of the things that we will also have is, that's right, our early bird figure.
Early bird special.
So currently, this early bird figure is awaiting color because we need to do our poll to ask you, the amazing His Tank backers, what color you would like your early bird figure. So stay tuned for more information about the poll that will be sent out to you so that you can help pick what color our early bird figure will be.
Sweet. Yeah. Tell me what to paint it.
Yeah, tell Tony what to paint it.
Tell him what to do already.
Tony will paint all. I think our total number was, after we did rest of world numbers, was about 29,000.
Thank you so much for recording it.
Oh, way too long. Let's just stick with one.
Just kidding, Tony's not going to paint all of them for you. But we are so very, very excited to learn what we'll be voting for the early bird figure. All right, so update complete. All right, let's shuffle all of these back to Tony.
There you go.
Tony's the official keeper of models for Pulse Con.
I cannot wait for these.
Yeah, we are very excited about these. All right, there's all of our friends. Fabulous. All right, who's ready? Who's ready for pre-orders? We're ready for pre-orders. So as a note, and if I get this wrong, somebody is definitely going to tell me later, but these items will all be available for pre-order starting at 5 p.m. today for Pulse Premium members, 6 p.m. for non-premium members on HasbroPulse.com. We're thrilled. All right,
let's do it.
Let's start it off with Marauders Barbecue.
Ooh. This figure, man, this colorway.
Yep, he's looking good. Here's his diorama image. Check this out. Our photographer, Matt, did all of the amazing images that you'll be seeing here today for our figures.
Looks like a barbarian.
He is a beast.
Just coming at
there is no wall. There is no wall, no fire too tall.
No. Perfect. And then, while we're looking at this, we have our amazing new colorway of John Jiang's artwork. If you happen to be at San Diego Comic-Con, we were doing poster giveaways. John was actually there with us doing poster signings, which was absolutely amazing to meet him. It was really, really fun. So thank you to everybody who came out. And now we'll take a look at him in the physical model, which is
in the flesh.
beautiful.
I love the way these colors are popping. You know, it's a good nod, great nod actually to the Marauders color scheme. You know, he can, like the other figure, he can stow all of his gear. The blue really pops. The green, we actually did a lot of exploration with the green on this one, and I think it came out just right. Just that classified kind of like you know, like serious tone.
Yeah, there's a time for subtlety, and then there's barbecue and Marauders gear.
Yeah.
And it's still a little subtle, but it's got some really nice color pop.
It's bright, but subtle.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna look
Like
really
us.
pretty next to Copperhead too. But looking absolutely
Sweet.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Cool. So as to note, Barbecue will be one of our figures that will be launching for pre-order today. That's right, tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time for Pulse Premium members, 6 p.m. for non-premium members on HasbroPulse.com. I'm going to say that a bunch of times, and then I assume that if I am wrong, the magic voice in my ear will yell at me at some point. Perfect. All right, let's bring out our next friend. She says, clicking her notes to figure out exactly who is next. That's right, it's the Crimson Bat.
Ooh.
Looking absolutely fabulous.
Oh, he's such a nice addition to the collection. And then that coupled with Crimson Guard and the twins, it's like we're really starting to get into those little mini collections within the line, and it's super fun. And also we're bringing in colorways we really haven't seen before in the line too, which is also exciting for us from a design standpoint. Yeah. And it kind of enriches the line. It's classified as taking on a life of its own, you know, even more so than what it already has. So it's exciting to see characters like this.
For sure, and I think there's actually, I know the fans love the cool grays that we always talk about.
This is
We got
like
cool grays.
Yeah.
we got two cool gray 10.
Oh, and
I believe so.
hold that thought for a second, because we actually had, we didn't look at the artwork first. So we have a cadence that we do. So Mohammed Firdaus did an amazing new rendition of his bat artwork in these crimson colorways. Absolutely fabulous. Sorry, now we can go to seeing the beautiful close-up of the figure.
Boom.
It's, you know, if we don't do it in our specific order, then we get a little confused.
Red and seafoam green together.
Yeah.
People sleep on that color palette, but it is awesome. So here he is in all of his glory, looking sweet. We got the little kind of like fantasy barcode in the bottom that kind of like say he's been issued to the twins. We got the battle damage on there. We changed the inside color to be kind of like a magenta-y color. He's awesome. We had a fun time working on this guy.
And then, correct me if I'm wrong, this crimson colorway matches the other crimson colors that are in the line?
100% correct.
Matchy. Oh, what?
You guys,
Speaking of,
hit everything
that was a
with the jinx.
matchy.
Just
be silent.
Me for the rest
You
of
gotta
the
be silent.
panel. Good luck coordinating, guys.
Toys.
Buy our toys. So these are.
Sorry.
I'm all tongue-tied because of the jinx now. So the new Crimson Bat will also be available for pre-order starting today, 5 p.m. Pulse Premium members, 6 p.m. non-Pulse Premium members. And then, so the first 5 items that we are showing you, including Barbecue, are mainline releases. So available at Hasbro Pulse and wherever you usually purchase your G.I. Joe classified items. Fabulous. All right, so next up, Falcon. Ooh, he's looking cool.
What would any G.I. Joe line be without Falcon?
It's true. What would it be? Nothing?
It would be not finished.
Yeah. Well, although to be fair, we're not finished,
still not
and you know, Falcon is just entering now. There's many more.
Yes.
There's a lot more G.I. Joe to
We have
come.
a lot to go.
No,
We have a lot
this
to
is
go.
this is not the end of the line.
Yeah. So he has his heavy blaster and his comms backpack with him. He looks really cool. The beret is removable. He has the secondary parts to create the full Falcon look with the kind of like the overstrap web gear. He's super excited. He's super excited to be here. He is.
He
excited.
is.
We're super excited to have him.
Give me a second for the artwork. So we have artwork from our artist Artokiss,
get
which
excited.
is also gorgeous. This one has a little bit of our box art on the front of it as well to kind of show what that placement is going to be. But this feels so moody, but also really captures kind of the spirit of the green, which I think is really fabulous. So now let's take a look at Falcon in person.
Oh, look at him. Now he's looking a little darker on camera, but the green is a little punchier than that. But we did want to go with a more kind of like realistic world green for the fatigue. And I think it comes across really well here. And man, look at all that stuff. Look at all that gear.
That's interesting. It is showing a lot darker on camera than it is in person.
Green.
So it's a little bit of a lighter green in person, which is something that you'll see. So the green in the diorama images is the more of an accurate depiction of the green.
Yeah, you get a little
Studio
more.
lights.
You get a little more pop too of the base green versus the camo on there. You can't read it right now on the screen, but like I said, defer to those awesome set photos.
Yep, looking cool.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Fabulous. All right, so next up we have Outback.
Ooh, take a look at this. These shots are incredible.
And this is more of our classic Outback. You know, looking like he's doing some survival, not necessarily in the wilderness, but you know,
de-aged a little bit,
He did,
too.
just a tiny bit. Oh, that arm hair. And then we have an updated rendition of our artwork from artist Hartley Combs, which is looking awesome. Again, love that pop of red color for his hair.
Yeah.
And oh no, go ahead. I'm so
sorry.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I was so rude. No, right, not rude.
What have you done?
And now our physical model.
He's looking awesome in this colorway. We de-aged him through the de-aging process, which I don't know what that is, but when somebody finds out, they could probably market that.
Yep.
Look at this guy. He's looking sweet. The colors of the reds are awesome. We did a nice wash on top of the base molded color, which Tony, you crushed it as always, my dude.
Thank you.
And again, the arm hair. We couldn't keep the arm hair the same color as the old arm hair because that was gray. Now he has red arm hair because consistency is key.
Very attuned to body hair on the Closet Farm.
Well, I mean,
It's the Italian, it's the Italian roots, I think.
Well, Outback is looking very, very cool. An amazing addition to your upcoming collection. And so last but not least for our mainline item releases is CoverGirl.
Ooh,
yeah.
girl.
Oh, it looks so good.
She came out awesome.
She did.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go for our CoverGirl. And so she is looking great. Then we have amazing new artwork for her. And many apologies to all of the wonderful artists who have done artwork for us if I'm accidentally butchering your names, but Hedvig Hogman Sud did this beautiful art for us. So love this rendition of CoverGirl.
It's got some life to it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So then the
And
figure.
we have our lovely figure.
So here she is in the plastic. I was going to say flesh.
Yep.
But
But that would be extra weird. Yeah.
Almost jinx again.
Almost.
again, as you can see here, we did kind of like that dark, kind of auburn color for her hair with a wash on top, as well as you can see on her data pad, which is kind of a play to the kind of like calculator data pad she had on her hip in the original toy. We put the skims to the Wolverine. You can see there, so that tampo hit's really small, but it came out pretty successful in person. It really reads well.
Looks like it's glowing too, even.
It does look like it's glowing.
Pretty cool.
The power of colors. But yeah, as you can see, she has her sidearm and her hip holster. She's got her heavy blaster over her shoulder, of course, her data pad in hand, and we put a little wrench in there because she's a tank driver and a tank mechanic. Yeah. And we want to make a little nod to that. She's a mechanic. It's pretty sweet. Yeah. There's also little wrenches. I don't know if you guys can see them on her wristbands. Put a little wrench detail. It's not going to show because there's so many lights in here, but when you see her in hand, you'll see the little wrench details on her like cool little like mechanic gloves.
Yep. Yeah, and her other thigh can holster the data pad as well, so she can carry everything and be fully equipped. Always important and classified. Yeah. And this one, I'm just butting in.
Let's do it.
Yeah, that's all we do.
It was super fun. I love CoverGirl. She's been a great character, and really wanting to, bring that beauty of the cover model into the line, and then giving her the big giant wrench and a giant gun. It's just
there was a point in time that wrench was super huge. Yeah, and then when it was getting a little anime.
Yeah,
but because some of those wrenches are enormous, but then I think in a toy form it felt a little. Remember we were talking about?
Yeah, it got a little silly. It's one of the things we generally do is see how far we can push it and bring it back a little bit.
And which makes it so fun to work on.
Oh, for sure.
We go in like a full deep dive on a lot of this stuff. Yes. It's super fun.
Fabulous. All right, so these are our live everybody, our 5 mainline items that we will be releasing today. So again, pre-orders begin at 5 p.m. for Pulse Premium members on HasbroPulse.com, 6 p.m. for non-Pulse Premium members. But that's not all. we promised something.
We promise.
We showed him at Comic-Con. What day is it? Jeezy Pete. And it's time. It's time for the pre-order.
Codename Jeezy Pete.
Codename Jeezy Pete.
The new reveal.
Sergeant GCP.
Sorry. Had to jump in with that one.
Oh,
That
gosh.
was great.
So, without further ado, it's Serpentor.
What?
GCP.
No, darn it.
In 2025.
Ooh, look at these shots. Matt is a very talented human being.
And what you'll see is there are multiple diorama shots for each of these characters that we actually haven't shown you yet, but when they actually go up for pre-order this evening, you will be able to see them, and they're amazing. There's a fabulous shot of the back of the Air Chariot too that is just so cool, but I thought that this was a really nice kind of encapsulated the entire product offer, which is so cool.
Totally in proper raiment.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then so this box styling essentially is the the companion box to our Dr. Mindbender packaging, which means that our artwork on that box is also done by Dave Raposa, which is just
glorious.
So cool. Tells the story of Serpentor.
I don't think I've ever seen another toy package where the character is cauterizing a wound.
Yeah. Really? That's not common?
The first, I think.
You know, while we're really excited and looking at our physical models, let's take a look at those models.
Oh, look at him. He's pretty epic, and this is our final sample, essentially. This is what you're going to get out of box. It's pretty awesome. We've got the fabric cape. We have the full chariot. I think let's take a look at this chariot. I think people who saw it at Comic-Con or maybe saw it online weren't able to see the full craziness of the chariot. The my big old meat hook's going to cover it, but the blades in the middle, I guess I'll call them, or the fan will spin. I don't know if you guys can see that. That spins. These the large blasters articulate a bit. They do come off and can be wielded by pretty much every classified figure, which is really sweet. And then also the ammunition comes off as well, which is really cool. So you can change that out. And in the future, we're probably looking at doing other ammunitions that'll fit it as well. So that'll be super fun for us to design as we develop the line as years develop. Also, we go to, I guess go back. Oh yes, let's stick on the
Show the mouth.
Oh, the mouth, that's right. That's right. So the mouth opens up.
I'll get you. Fight with a bat.
One of my favorite toys back in the day. But yeah, as you see, the mouth closes and it opens. Boom, check that out. It's pretty sweet. And the teeth do articulate down, and there is a blaster inside there that if I go to the side, you can probably see it. Yeah. I think we were calling it the Venom Blaster. I'm not
Put your hand behind it so that it doesn't,
my big old meat hook.
Well, your black shirt, it blended in.
Oh, that's right. Oh, boop. There we go.
There we go.
Things are backwards in the world of film. There we go. And we modeled it after a real King Cobra, which was super fun to do. I'm super into like anatomy and animals, so that was super fun to work on. And then let's go to the Serpentor himself. Woo, hoo, hoo. Sorry, I sang on camera. He came out awesome. We're super excited about him. I gotta say, when I was working on the input, I was like, I want the scales to like really come across. And I gotta say, Corey, man, dude, you crushed it, as always.
Thank you.
And this guy really comes to life. And with the scale detail, with the old school 80s brass gold, I guess it really all reads well, and that catches the light, and you can see all the scale detail that Corey put so much love into. You can see it there. As well as this is the old school cowl that's on him currently. This is the final finish. There's his staff. What else does he come with? He comes with his other cowl. So if you want to go a little more modern look, a little more real Cobra look to him, it's right here. I don't know if that's on camera or not. Here we go. And then we also have a swappable claw, so you can go short claw when he's not attacking. You can go long claw when he is attacking. He has the snake javelin that took Duke out for a little bit, if you guys recall. And then his pet King Cobra, which is pretty awesome. And it has a really cool Greek name that I cannot remember now, but I believe it is named after Alexander's horse.
Oh.
Yeah, our copywriter Mark at the time was like, dude, I got an idea. I was like, dude, that sounds awesome. So yeah, this figure, love it. It's so good, and everybody involved did such a good job on it, and we're so happy to bring it to you guys.
Yeah, sure.
And this is our Pulse Con exclusive. So this is a Hasbro Pulse exclusive specifically for today, for this weekend. We are celebrating, and so we are so excited. So this item will again launch at 5 p.m. for Pulse Premium members, 6 p.m. for non-premium members. But as to note, all convention items are limited runs, and so if you really want to make sure that you're going to get it, make sure that you're a premium member logging in at 5 p.m. because this is going to go fast, and it's absolutely amazing. So I'm very, very excited that we finally get to bring you guys the ability to order this.
Yeah. I might log in right now and just wait.
Exactly. And so we are, always running slightly behind in our schedule. So we're gonna kind of wrap up our pre-order wrap-up for classified figures. We wanted to show you this awesome group shot. So if you get our mainline figures that you saw earlier today, check out one of the amazing battle scenes that you could recreate. Full disclosure, those blast effects are photoshopped in. But gosh darn it, don't they look cool with that absolute army of bats that they have just decimated.
The Outback on the bat?
Yeah.
Oh, so
it's
good.
great. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Matt, for all of your hard work on these figures. They are looking so cool. So anyway, those are our classified pre-orders. Can everybody at home tell me exactly when those pre-orders are going to be launching? Is it 5 p.m. for Pulse Premium members, Hasbro Pulse Premium members, and 6 p.m. for non-Hasbro Pulse Premium members? Sure is.
Nailed it.
Don't forget to get your orders in.
I logged in.
Yeah, this I command.
Yeah. Love it.
You know what else I command? Let's talk Selfie Series.
Let's talk
Hasbro Selfie Series, which is our kind of amazing new initiative that we are kicking off. Some of you may have seen previews of our Hasbro Selfie Series at San Diego Comic-Con, but essentially Selfie Series allows you to become a premium 6-inch action figure and kind of take center stage as some of your favorite characters. And so we are really excited. They have been using employees basically as test models for the figures, which has been so much fun, guys. So Lenny and I actually had little Emily and little Lenny that we were carrying around at Pulse Con. Little Emily spent some time in the D&D gelatinous cube, which was also pretty fun. So all of the, that was first day of Comic-Con. And anyway, it was great. There are pictures of it on the internet. But Matt took some amazing pictures of our selfie figures for us. So let's take a close look, and then we'll show you what our physical models look like as well. So here is Tony. Looking good.
There I am.
Ready for action.
Here's Emily. Looking great. She got an updated hairstyle. Corey.
Hey.
And Lenny with a high kick that he can totally do in real life.
Yeah, all day.
And then,
I've seen the thrust kick. It's deadly.
Right before bed, I do them.
You are wondering, and then let's see. In case you're wondering kind of what this would look like if you dropped yourself into your diorama, check this out. We are kicking some awesome bats. All right. And now, right. Nope, that was me. My bad. All right, perfect. Nope, we're going, guys. So now take a look at our amazing figures. So here is little Emily hanging out with her crossbow.
Whoa.
Totally something I do on a casual Saturday. And then we have our Snake Eyeses.
Yeah. So good you can eat it.
Yeah. They do have options for the follically challenged.
And so, that's actually a great, not the follically challenged, but wanting to, in terms of customization, what does Selfie Series look like as an experience for you? So there's an app that you can download on your phone, and then essentially you take a selfie where you start out here, and then they have you rotate your head, and then it magically thinks for a couple of seconds, and it creates a 3D model of your head. So then you get to choose your body, you get to choose your hair, you kind of get to decide what you are going to embody as an action figure, which is, I'll speak for all of us. It's really cool.
It's cool.
It's and I was kind of on the fence. I was like, is this really something that I will enjoy as a person? No, guys, this is really cool.
But you and the squad can be in your collection.
Exactly.
Awesome. You know what I mean?
Which is absolutely amazing. And so I think that that's part of the fun, is because we know that as G.I. Joe collectors have these incredible shelf displays and amazing dioramas that they're doing and this great photography. And so this really kind of allows you, as you saw in these great pictures that Matt was taking, to drop yourself into the action. Which is, I think that that's one of the coolest things to me. And also little Emily sits and watches me work now, which is also it's pretty fun, not gonna lie.
Keep working, big Emily.
For more information, there likely has been a QR code code on screen while we've been talking about this. Scan that QR code. That'll take you to the Hasbro Pulse app to give you some more information about Selfie Series, which is great. So you can join us in the awesome ranks of having your very own G.I. Joe action figure. Fabulous. And we're all like sitting here posed. I love it. All right, so ready, selfie figures away.
Hey.
Bye, selfie figures. So next up, we have a couple of fan Q&A questions. So let's roll the first one of those questions.
Hey, G.I. Joe team, happy Pulse Con 2022. One big thing that has to do with all of the G.I. Joe experiences out there is the fan engagement. Can you tell us a little bit about how fan interaction and listening to the community has directly impacted the growth of the G.I. Joe Classified series? This could be wish lists and requests, suggestions, even constructive criticism.
Fabulous. Oh. Fabulous question. So I feel like we have been really lucky in that we have really passionate fans, and that all of our fans really kind of tell us what they are hoping and dreaming for in Classified series. And I think that we'd be lying if we said that that didn't at least impact our choices that we're making a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we're kind of like polling to see how much a character comes up, or like to see what completes a collection, or what people feel is like gonna like really enrich like their experience for G.I. Joe. So we're reading all those comments. We're kind of scrolling, and what's the old school term? Scraping? It's like data scraping, essentially, to be like, what's going to be the next cool figure to do? So.
And I think that also, one of the things that we really love is storytelling. And so a lot of kind of the character considerations and what we're doing next in the line come with where does that fall in the story that we're telling?
Oh, 100%.
And how does that kind of, how does that enrich the experience of all of our fans? Like, how does that expand your storytelling abilities?
Yeah. One other nice detail that was in that question was constructive criticism.
Oh, yeah.
Love that. Love constructive criticism. Criticism, fine. Constructive criticism, great. Now we know what we can work on, what we can provide to you guys. See what you like, see what you don't like.
One of the things I really found is with the G.I. Joe fans, they tend to want to know more about, you know, the behind-the-scenes process. You know, with this being a Hasbro-owned brand, we get a lot of control, and so they tend to ask a lot of questions that are, you know, like, well, how is this made? What is the process? You know, that dives a little deeper than I've had, you know, working on other brands, and it's just been one of the most amazing things, you know, meeting the fans and being able to talk to them about that kind of thing. So it's been cool.
It's been great. So amazing question. Thank you so much. And on to our next question.
Hello to the awesome G.I. Joe brand team and everybody watching at PulseCon. I am Chris McLeod, aka Diagnostic 80 from the Full Force podcast, and I would like to ask, with the incredible success of the G.I. Joe Classified HasLab His Tank campaign, congratulations by the way, do you see an opportunity for slightly smaller mid-range vehicles to see release online or at retail in the near future? Thanks for answering my question. Have a great PulseCon, and of course, Full Force.
That was awesome.
So I think, you know, it's our kind of personal policy that we do not necessarily discuss upcoming things in the line, but I think that we would all be a little bit,
it would be remiss not to make things.
Yes, and I think that the success of the His Tank campaign has really shown how much fan enthusiasm there are for vehicles. And so I certainly would not rule out the addition of some smaller scale, something between a motorcycle and a His Tank for a vehicle offering coming out in the line, especially as you can see with our vintage product spread out in front of us. So much of the G.I. Joe line has really been vehicles.
Yeah, I think a big part of our job that we don't really talk about a lot, because it's not the glamorous part, is like there's a lot of R&D that goes in to see what we can and cannot do. So we're always doing that, and not to use industry terms, we're like seeing like what is feasible to make so that we can get it into the line and actually expand the universe, because we really are trying to make a world of G.I. Joe. So we're always kind of like studying and doing design boards and concepts of like what else can we get into this line besides just action figures?
Which is, I mean, fantastic. And not a super long answer from us, but again, the voice in my ear is saying, hey guys, do you know you're like really over time for your panel? Do you really like to talk or something? Which
yes,
we do.
Yeah, about G.I. Joe.
So at this point, we will say, thank you so much to our friend Corey for joining us today. We really appreciate it. And we wanted to just kind of do a quick little segue. I had the privilege to go and actually interview Sergeant Slaughter a couple of weeks ago. And so we have our full-length interview with Sarge that will be available as video-on-demand content. But we wanted to do a quick kind of little preview of our interview here. And so check it out. Take it away past Emily. Hello, everyone from Pulse Con. I am so excited today to be joined by the one, the only Sergeant Slaughter.
Yo, Joe!
Sarge, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. We really appreciate it. And for those of you at home, we're going to ask Sarge some amazing questions about his time on G.I. Joe. We're going to talk about your new figure and hear some amazing stories from you. Does that sound okay?
Sounds great.
Fabulous. All right, so to get started, you know, you are really an iconic kind of character and personality as part of the G.I. Joe universe. Not too many real-life humans get to make it into G.I. Joe. So tell us kind of what was that process like for you to become a G.I. Joe?
Well, to find out that you were the first living G.I. Joe was quite an honor, but it didn't really sink in until I saw the first action figure and I saw the animated product. And then I started doing the commercials, and as it kept rolling and rolling, as Hasbro does, they just keep coming up with different ideas for G.I. Joe and Sergeant Slaughter, and of course all the other characters in the line. But just to be involved in it, it goes with me everywhere I go, no matter if I'm at an airport, at a grocery store, at a bookstore, at my children's schools, my grandchildren's soccer games. You get recognized, and I don't dress like I do here
This
today.
isn't your everyday outfit? This isn't what you wear to the grocery store?
Right. Yeah, and when you get recognized and you hear a Yo Joe, that's Sergeant Slaughter, G.I. Joe. It's really gets to the heart.
That's pretty wonderful.
Well, there's so many memories. I think probably the most favorite memories are meeting the veterans and meeting the children in hospitals and helping some people get through their bad times in their lives. In fact, on my way over here today, the two gentlemen that picked me up at the airport both had ordered.
Wow. Oh, that's awesome.
Ordered them, and they said, we just can't wait to get our hands on it because it's so real live looking. And I said, even the muscles? They said, yeah, even the muscles.
Very realistic.
So anyway, it just, don't you think?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Thank you so much to Sarge. I had a really wonderful day. We drove down to New Jersey, went on an adventure, got to hang out with Sarge. And so thank you again to Sarge. And the Sergeant Slaughter Classified Series figure is currently, we did basically another release of them available for pre-order on Hasbro Pulse right now, which is fabulous. But you may be wondering, okay, so there's a new brand thing happening. We have a new friend. Hey, Pete, you want to introduce yourself to everybody at home?
Hey guys, Pete B from the Nerf team. I go by he, him, and I am so starstruck right now to be following Sergeant Slaughter. Nobody told me what was happening. So I need to collect myself a little bit. But first of all, you know, I just want to say it's such an honor to be here with you guys. You guys do this right. I've always wanted to be in a panel with you all, so I appreciate you guys having me. I appreciate you guys having me. And Lenny, you know, you and I go way back.
Yeah, my dude. Yeah, my dude.
But I'm excited to finally get to launch a product with you.
Yeah, man, it's cool.
So speaking of going way back, right, 40 years, I think, to be exact. Yeah. G.I. Joe, a real American hero.
Happy anniversary, guys.
Happy anniversary.
We've been celebrating it the whole year, and we're going to keep celebrating it with something a little new.
Yeah, so when we came into this year, we knew we had to do right by the Joe, real American hero anniversary. So I am so excited and honored as someone who grew up in the 80s, watching the cartoon. I'm so excited. Sergeant Slaughter, oh my God, so excited to be here to reveal the Nerf Limited G.I. Joe collab. We're calling it the G.I. 40, and we have it.
Oh, sweet.
So, early sample, but let's take a look.
Yeah, Joe 40 is cool.
Right here in all its glory.
That's awesome.
Right, so what we did, a little bit different, so we took actually a Nerf icon. So what this is the Hyperfire, right? Super cool Nerf item. But we really brought it to life in a really unique way. So we have a really cool premium deco application where you see obviously some iconography, the Joe logo, packaging inspiration, and just different icons from throughout the years.
Yeah.
Right, so you know, we're in love with this item, really love it.
Awesome.
But
That's not
we
all.
want to do something a little bit different right, for the anniversary, right? So you can't really talk about Joe without talking about their nemesis, Cobra. So on the other side of the blaster, Cobra, right? So you have Cobra enemy logo. You have the snakeskin deco. What did you call the snakeskin?
A reticulated python pattern.
Oh, yeah. Reticulated python pattern. So we're really excited about this. I'm actually going to hand it down to Lenny. This is a live show, and I did bring a stand.
Thing is
We
rad.
didn't just stop with the two-sided blaster. We actually did the same thing on packaging. So we have this really great G.I. Joe 40th anniversary, double-sided packaging, Joe on one side, Cobra on the other.
Oh, sweet.
Right? Cobra! Which one is facing camera? You got Duke. You got Cobra Commander. So this really is an all-in-one packaging and display solution, right? This will look good in your toy room, your game room, your living room, if that's your jam. So love this thing. I don't know, what do you guys think?
I love the blast effect from the old vintage card back, dude. That is
It's super
rad.
cool. And I love that it's kind of echoed on both sides too, regardless of the Cobra or the Joe. You get those amazing kind of vintage vibes from this, which is, it's so much fun.
It also celebrates all the years of Joe.
Yeah.
And it's got a lot of iconography from different elements of the brand, which I think really brings it to life.
And I don't know how you got this much deco on here.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
That's awesome.
More behind-the-scenes content coming from the design team, and we're going to talk all about it. I can't wait.
But Pete, you have another extra surprise that comes with this too, right?
So first, a couple of things about the blaster itself. So this is a fully motorized. It's a 10-dart clip. It's one of our highest rate of fires in Nerf. Super cool item. It's $79.99. It's launching when, Emily? Today?
Tonight at 5 p.m. For 5 p.m. Eastern Time for Pulse Premium members, 6 p.m. for non-Pulse Premium members. Nailing it.
But there's a little more. So,
but wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. So when you get the item, it's going to come packed out with a super cool sleeve, right? Character forward sleeve, right? So we can get all our legals and different things on it. But of course, that's not why I'm showing you this. So with each one of these, you're going to get an exclusive alternate art version of the 300th issue of the comic.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Right? And the front cover is inspired by Nerf.
Or nothing.
And it's also, thank you. And it's also inspired by the first issue of Larry Hama's comic. So we're super excited about this. It's exclusive to this item. It's exclusive to Hasbro Pulse. So if you want this, pre-order it. We only made a limited number of these things. So we're super excited about it. Love the comic, love the blaster. I'm so happy to work in this item, and I'm so happy to be here with the Joe fans to reveal it. So thank you guys so much.
And I think having a variant comic book cover is really the icing on the cake for what is otherwise an already extremely cool product.
I would use the word epic.
Yeah, ooh, epic,
very
all right.
Yeah. This is very cool.
And
limited GI 40.
so you know what? Speaking of comics and Larry Hama, we actually had the opportunity, Michael Kelly from our licensing team had an opportunity to sit down with Larry Hama and talk a little bit about Real American Hero and the 300th issue. So let's roll a clip of that. We will have the extended interview will be available on video on demand, but let's take a sneak peek.
Hi everybody, and welcome to Pulse Con 2022. Thanks for joining us today. I'm with a man who really needs no introduction, but Larry Hama is here, the legend himself, writer of G.I. Joe, a Real American Hero since 1982, and remarkably coming up on issue number 300, quite a milestone in the comic book world, to say the least.
The amazing thing is that if you're really invested in characters, you're totally willing to suspend disbelief and let some things that would be in other situations totally egregious, you just let it pass. I mean, there was one issue of G.I. Joe where I had all the bad guys, all the Cobra hierarchy sinking into quicksand on the last page. When that issue came out, I remember Chris Claremont came storming into my office and he slammed the issue down on my desk and he said, "Wait a minute, how can you have all the villains sinking into quicksand on the last page of this comic? How are you going to get them out of that?" And I said, "Well, I don't know." He said, "You don't know?" And I said, "On the first page of the next issue, they're just going to be out of the quicksand. Why do you need to know how they got out?" And nobody ever questioned it. You know, that's at the point I realized, oh, I may be onto something here.
This might be a difficult question to answer based on the way that you write the G.I. Joe comics, but I was curious if there's ever been a story in the back of your mind that you've always wanted to tell with the G.I. Joe characters and either didn't because you thought maybe Hasbro would step in the way, or if it was just that the way you're writing the comics took you in a different direction. But is there sort of a story in the back of your mind that I'd love someday to tell this story about these characters in G.I. Joe doing this thing, or this adventure, something of that nature?
Nope. Never.
I had a feeling that was going to be the answer, but you know, I figured I might just get the big moment, but clearly not. That's
I keep saying I literally just do it, you know, story by story. I mean,
story by story. Yep.
At 155 issues at Marvel, there wasn't a single coming attraction blurb because nobody knew what was going to be in the next issue.
That's great. That's great.
You know, I like to surprise myself, you know, and there's no better feeling than that, you know, sitting there and having that aha moment, you know, where it all sorts of comes together and you go, oh, wait, this is like, you know, I may not have planned this, but this is working out pretty nicely.
Thank you so much, Michael, and the amazing Larry Hama for that awesome interview. Make sure that you go check out the entire interview on video on demand. We're wrapping things up, but just wanted to point out, we saw a couple of notes in the comments. Note that this version of the blaster has some prototype markings on it. Yours will not come with Sharpie writing on it, just in case you're curious about that. And then the colorway pattern on this and the blaster that Pete is holding look a little bit different. The blaster that Pete is holding is the most updated colors. These are both prototypes. The one in the box is just a little bit older, and then the correct deco will be reflected on the images that will be going up for pre-order tonight, which we will also run through all over again. Okay, perfect. So now that we got that out of the way, thank you people in the comments for noting that. You're always so helpful with those things. That wasn't sarcasm, that actually was helpful. So just as a quick recap, we went over a lot of stuff today. So new character only reveals are Snow Serpents, Buzzer, and female Cobra Troopers. Yes. Awesome. We did render reveals for, I don't have notes on this, I'm just doing it off the top of my head. We did Bazooka and Shipwreck and Rock and Roll and Torpedo and Copperhead. Nailed it. And then we launched pre-orders for our mainline items, Marauders Barbecue. We did Crimson Bat. We did Falcon. We did CoverGirl. And we did, I went out of order.
Crimson Bat, you said Crimson.
Crimson Bat, CoverGirl, Falcon, Barbecue.
You're good.
Outback.
Outback.
Outback. How did we forget Outback, guys?
He was hiding. He was in the brush.
So those are our mainline items, and then we have our Pulse Con exclusive Serpentor that we'll be releasing today, and our G.I. Joe 40th anniversary Nerf blaster with exclusive variant issue of our 300th edition comic book. So remember, for those of you, and our Selfie Series figures. Guys, our Selfie Series figures are beautiful. You want to make sure that you get your own Hasbro Selfie Series figure. So remember, pre-orders launching today, starting at 5 p.m. Eastern for Hasbro Pulse Premium members, 6 p.m. for non-premium members, and with that, we'll just pull out our vintage G.I. Joe walkie-talkie. Hey, Cleo, we are over and out for the end of the G.I. Joe panel. You want to do a Yo Joe on 3 for Cleo?
Yes.
Yes. I wasn't going to give you a choice, but thank you. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yo Joe!
All clear, all clear. Thank you guys so much. Yo, that was sick. G.I. Joe delivering once more. Mission accomplished. Let me tell you something. When I saw Torpedo and I saw the colorway of his wetsuit,
yeah, man,
love that. And then Copperhead. Did you see the intensity in Copperhead's eyes? The small details, even down to that, are what stand out, man. And then Falcon. Falcon really does remind me of like the old school retro G.I. Joe look. And then the artwork as well.
Crazy.
Beautiful. Then the Nerf gun, the comic book. Yo, The Classified series got highlighted. Of course, the Nerf and G.I. Joe collab. The Sergeant Slaughter interview is going to be on video on demand, so make sure you guys check that out. And of course, the Larry Hama interview, legendary, iconic, that's going to be a video on demand as well. And how about those Hasbro Selfie Series figures from G.I. Joe? Mine is already here. Check them out. You see it. Look at it. Look at them.
It's incredible, man. Look, man, we're both ready for battle. Look at us. We're both ready for battle. Come on.
Yo, I gotta say,
bring on Serpentor. Bring him on.
Come on, man. Like, this looks so dope. Just because of the details in the backpack, you get a chance to see the grenade right here in the front. Boom, make sure fully equipped, weaponry on deck, pull the sword out. Come on. You gotta love it. The Selfie Series is live, baby. What do you think about yours, man? Where are you gonna end up placing yours at?
I'm about to go home and fight Storm Shadow as soon as I get to the house.
Oh, see, now that's the battle. That's the battle for the ages right there. And if you got the Hasbro Pulse app and you're in the US, then you can make yourself your Hasbro Selfie Series figure too. Remember, Hasbro Selfie Series is an offer for only $59.99 to celebrate Hasbro Pulse Con. To learn more, scan the code on screen right now and get your shelf ready. All right? So, Hasbro Pulse Con Day 2 is just already off to a huge, huge bang. And in our preview show yesterday, hosted by our good friend Thew Adams, we mentioned Hasbro Pulse's expansion into more and more countries, reaching more Hasbro fans across the globe.
That's right, man. You gotta represent. You gotta tell us where you're from. All over the world, let us know where you're at.
I know y'all live in the chat having a blast on Day 2, man. So, let's check how the fans reacted to all that G.I. Joe goodness. Copperhead looks great. The expression is fantastic. Agreed. That's the first thing I noticed. He's got the mask on, but did you see his eyes? He was like,
sinister.
Shout out to Copperhead, man. What else? What else we got in the chat? Who else is up there? Love the Commander. You gotta love the Commander. Which one are you looking forward to most?
I love the color switch on Barbecue and the Crimson Bat, man. I can't wait to get those, man.
They said they added the cool gray colorway to like the Crimson Bat. When they talked about his boots, I was like, the cool gray. I love that.
So ill.
I love that. What else? What else? What else? Anybody else in the chat turn it up? Those look pretty sweet. I ain't gonna lie. How can you? They don't miss. They don't miss, man. All the G.I. Joe. Man. Look at it. Pow, representing heavy. G.I. Joe came and represented really, really big this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing everybody add those amazing figures to the shows. Serpentor. The Serpentor looks so good. Now, do we have something cool ready for you? A new project that I'm really excited to hear more about, but I don't want to spoil anything, so I'll let the Avalon Hill team bring the heat. Check it out.
Hey everybody, and welcome to the Avalon Hill panel. I'm Patrick, aka Intergalactic Patrick on Discord, and joining me on the panel today is Chris, Head of Design and Development of Avalon Hill.
Hi, Chris. I lead Avalon Hill's design development team. I've been with the company since 2007, and I'm known as in Carmine on the Discord server.
And we've got Craig, lead designer of old and new Heroescape.
Yes, after 12 years, Heroescape is back, and I am so excited.
And we have a very special guest joining us today. He's not in the studio, he's remote. You most likely know him from Watch It Played. We've got Chaz.
Hey, hi, I'm here. Oh, hey, and I'm huge. So good. Thank you so much for having me here today.
It's awesome to have you, Chaz. We are pumped to share that the Heroescape HasLab campaign is launching right now. And you can go to HasbroPulse.com or scan the QR code screen to get there and find out details and back right now. Also, you could be watching this stream right here, wherever you're watching it, or go join us at the Discord watch party. There should be a link floating around somewhere as well. As you guys know, it's a big day for us on the Avalon Hill team because it marks a new dawn and a new era for Heroescape. Today, the Age of Annihilation begins. Let's take a look.
We thought the Wellsprings were a blessing. We thought they gifted us with the powers of God. Visions of the future, armies summoned from distant galaxies. We were wrong. The wellsprings bring our world nothing but pain, nothing but suffering and endless destruction. Driven to war to protect them from the clutches of Utgar and his minions, the Valkyries came together in a fleeting moment of hope. But my visions of the future drove me to despair. I gave up everything the wellspring provided. The strength, the armies, the visions, until I saw my own home reduced to ash. Until I heard the whispers and rumors of our Valkyrie and other wellsprings. Not knowing where those allegiances would fall drove me even further into madness. Driven by revenge, I can no longer sit idly by. If I do nothing, I will lose more than my home. I will lose everything. The world reduced to the memory of a flame. You can be a hero or a pacifist, but you cannot be both. Peace is but a dream in Valhalla, a dream I can no longer seek. I will carve my name into my enemies, and everyone will know who stands against them. My world no longer needs a scholar or a historian. It needs a hero. Customize epic battlefields, draft your army, and join the greatest battle of all time. Heroescape, Age of Annihilation. Become legendary.
Oh my God, so much hype, I'm sorry. That VO kills it. Anyway, enough about the campaign and the product itself. I think it's a very important moment for us to talk about the Heroescape community of amazing players who helped keep this thing alive even after it first went out of print. How long has it been, Craig? Like 10, 12 years?
12 years.
12 years the community has been playing this game. And Chaz, that leads me to a question for you. When did you first start playing Heroescape?
Oh, well, I actually became aware of Heroescape right during, when it was initially released. I think that the very first print run of it had the little sparkly, semi-translucent water tiles. And I remember actually, I stayed away from it because I knew that if for me at least, if there's, if there's any meat to this game, once I dive in, it's going to suck me all the way in. And that held out until the second printing. And once the second printing came along, I dove in, and yeah, it sucked me in. Well, as you can tell, it sucked me in completely.
Yeah, Chaz, we can see behind you.
So that was my experience. Pardon?
Oh yeah, we can see what's behind you.
Oh yeah. And so I kind of, from that point, was that's when I got into it, was when the second printing came along.
That's awesome. When was the last time you got to play?
Oh, that's a good question. It was just a couple of years ago. Actually, it was when the first edition of it was wrapping up its print run. Was right by the time that my daughter was born, and so I put it away in all these big Tupperware containers. I put it up in the attic with this idea that, when she's a certain age, I'm going to break it out and introduce her to it. And just a few years ago, actually, she hit that age, and I brought it out, and it was really cool because it was not only an introduction of it to her, but it was kind of this reintroduction and refamiliarization of it to me as well. So I got to kind of like relearn the whole thing as well. And that was a couple of years ago, like just before the pandemic started. So that's when it came. That's the last time I got to start playing it again.
Oh, beautiful. What's her favorite squad? Who did she play with?
She liked the dragons.
Who doesn't?
A lot. Yeah. And she liked those a lot because she visualized them just eating all of her dad's pieces. So she went for anything that anything I was playing.
That's great. Well, Chris, tell us, what's next for Heroescape? What's coming up?
Yeah, well, Age of Annihilation is a progressive story from what original Heroescapers remember. We've taken the story forward. New Valkyrie stalk the battlefield, and now have kind of upset the kind of balance of the world in a way that they weren't even expecting. That it's, you know, the stakes are higher, the carnage is greater, and there is warfare kind of reaching every corner of Valhalla at this point. And so it's given us a chance to kind of move the story along, introduce a lot of new species and factions, new characters to be endeared to allow us to tell a bigger story behind the world of Heroescape.
A story bigger than the greatest battle of all time?
Even bigger.
That's a big story. Craig, from a game mechanics standpoint, what's new? What's happening?
Well, hey, we want to make everyone happy. So the game is completely backwards compatible, but we're introducing all new army cards. So you're going to get like 50 new army cards, new wall terrain, new jungle terrain. It's going to be awesome.
That sounds great, man. And we've got it laid out in front of us here, but this is just a demo product. This is a sample. So this isn't what the final is going to look like. We don't even know what the final is really going to look like yet. That's the beauty of a HasLab.
But you will be able to see some rotating renders on the screen during our presentation today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a great transition to really start diving a bit deeper into each one of these factions. Let's start with the Dryan Lifeborn Order. Who are these guys? Tell me about them.
Yeah, so the Dryan Lifeborn Order is a collection of elite magi who harness the powers of life and death to amplify their own magical abilities. While they might be small in number, they amplify and increase the size of their armies by drawing in all the beasts and creatures of their home world to kind of fight beside them and rampage across the battlefield with kind of ferocious teeth and claws as they kind of do so.
That's so cool. I'm just going to be a nerd for a second. Be like, I can't wait, man. That sounds awesome. But Craig, what does that imply for game mechanics?
Well, the Lifeborn are all about wizards and familiars. They work together, they kind of move together and attack together. One of the wizards is named Rakeshot, and she has this thing called Consume the Dead. So if you're near her and you happen to be destroyed, she actually puts a consume marker on her card, and then she can use those consume markers to kind of soul fury power ability.
Chaz, any of these catch your eye? Are you looking at any of them? I see you squinting at that screen.
Oh, yeah, I'm curious. I can't wait to see the rest of the sets, but is there a focus on squads versus individual standalone minis that are like kind of their own squad, or is there still going to be kind of a mix? Is this green set we're seeing kind of will the different sets maybe focus on squads versus standalone minis, or how's that going to work?
Yeah, you're going to get squads and standalone minis. The Lifeborn happen to be all unique heroes because they have mages and familiars, but the familiars kind of like bond with the mages.
But just like But just like classic Heroescape, right? You'll be able to mix and match these factions.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it's not expected that you play all one or all another. We're not changing the game in that way. It's all about how you want to build synergies on top of each other to
right, and
play.
Yeah, Heroescape, everything, we try to make everything synergistic. So the wizards here might work with the elf wizards as well.
All right, well, let's move on. Oh, sorry, man. Remote. Let's move on to Nemesis War Brood. That's these folks up here.
Yeah, the Nemesis War Brood have been evolving over kind of eons on their home planet of Arboreus, and they've become this kind of martial society of what looks like crude creatures and bugs, but they actually have a very disciplined army composite, and so they work really well together in terms of complementing each other and kind of making sure that they can kind of force multiply as they do.
Yeah, I mean, these guys kind of give me the heebie-jeebies, like in a good way, but it's like, man, imagine waking up with one of those in your house.
Yeah, the queen works with the honor guard. The queen's like that big giant figure over there, right
this
there.
This one right here? Yeah.
And like, basically, if you're next to her, she might infect you, so she puts an honor guard figure on that card, and then at the end of the round, you have to roll, and if you roll a 17 or higher, poof, your figure's destroyed, and then the honor guard pops up. You know, like that's how it works.
That's kind of gross, man.
That's recycling.
Oh, yeah.
That's one way to think of it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's get to the cutest group, I think. The cutest little faction, the adorable little Clockwork Combine. I don't mean to be demeaning. There's some very large figures there as well.
They might be the most fierce of all the factions, in fact. The Clockwork Combine is a group of former artisans and farmers who, in order to survive on their planet, they've had to take their discipline and ingenuity and become inventive and craft new weapons of war that allow them to compete on a level they would have never been capable of doing before. So that ingenuity has given them a leg up, and they, you can imagine your amazing little cute critters now carrying their heavy plasma carbines into battle to kind of wreak havoc across the battlefield. So.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine. It's like steampunk meets anthropomorphic mammals, right?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with that.
Yeah, I have to say they are my favorite faction. The gliders, actually, they from a game mechanic point of view, they don't start on the game, so they come in one at a time. Every time you reveal an order marker, you get to put another one down, which is really nice because they can just they're almost like the old airborne elite.
Yeah. I was gonna say, because those guys snuck onto the board a few rounds in too, right?
There's less luck.
Yeah.
With the gliders.
Yeah, Chaz, among these ones, so far, which faction would you choose? Which would you be playing with?
Well, definitely the bugs. They gave me the heebie-jeebies, but in a good way. But seeing the anthropomorphic animals there, that is, I'm thinking back to all the other sets I'm familiar with, and that is something that's a little bit different. And so I'm really interested to see, how they fit into everything and how their models turn out.
Yeah, I think one of the amazing things about Heroescape that we were all endeared to was that you could have dinosaurs who fought ninjas, who fought giant death machine robots. And so when we kind of took that kind of brand logic back to the studio and redesigned these new factions, it was an effort to kind of introduce that crazy variance and range across the entire universe again and reintroduce it to this whole new generation and back to, fans of the original game in a way that they're seeing a lot of new stuff today.
I mean, look at these bears, man. I think those are some of the coolest pieces I've seen, especially for Heroescape. Oh yeah, bringing them back up. Thank you. I guess we do need to move on to something that's not quite so cute, not quite so adorable, and that's the Ironclad Collective.
Yeah, the Ironclad Collective are a faction of cybernetically augmented organics that over time they've kind of supplemented their own powers and abilities with all kinds of different technology in an effort to become just mass murdering machines on the battlefield and just absolutely annihilate their enemies with, blades and fear tactics and just bring the true horror kind of to the world of Valhalla a little bit.
Yeah, and the Hellforge guy, that's the guy with the big forge on his belly. He actually can just if he kills a figure in front of him, he can just take the figure, shove it in the forge, and then lets him heal up, remove wound markers.
Oh wow!
A lot of fun to play.
So it'd be hard to get off the battlefield.
He just keeps feeding the forge.
You gotta fight him with a big dragon or something, right?
No, we even scaled him so he can accurately take in human scale miniatures on the battlefield.
Oh, that is so great. All right, my favorite faction, at least going into today, is the Don Raider Syndicate. Tell me about these guys.
Yeah, the Don Raider Syndicate is a collection of pirates, mercenaries, privateers. They actually call no single Valkyrie their master, and they kind of work for coin and glory and their own kind of self-motivations on the battlefield. So they end up a very eclectic kind of mix of different kind of allegiances and kind of preferences there. So they got this great range of kind of things, and they have a lot of kind of tricky, sneaky kind of things and kind of their logic of play.
Right, as you look at the pirates too, you can tell that each of the characters are molded in their general colors. So there's some that are blue, which report to Jandar. There's some that are red, which report to Unkar. And then there's some that are orange, which report to the new Valkyrie, Revna. And likewise, I'll call out Thea Bonnie. She's like the master of disguises. So if you try and target her, if she rolls a 13 or higher, you just ignore the attack completely.
So tell me about this new Valkyrie. I mean, what can we say about Revna so far? Anything you can give us about?
Yeah, so Revna is a very dark and wicked witch seer. And so she actually has the same abilities of precognition and looking into the future as Thorman does. And this gives kind of the kind of evil factions of the world of Valhalla kind of equal playing field and kind of foretelling the kind of future of the world. And she's really aggressive and assertive, and she kind of takes the battle by storm. And so you can see as her kind of, she's kind of drawn in these factions like the Nemesis War Brood and the Ironclad Collective, that you can see her, you can start to see kind of her play style, so to speak.
That's rad.
But she's not alone, right? There's another new one.
Yeah. So you might notice this green.
I don't know if we were supposed to say that. Were we supposed to say that?
I guess we're going there. Today.
Yeah.
So, the kind of lime green kind of options that you kind of see across the battlefield here are actually affiliated with a second Valkyrie known as Valarek. She hails from the subcontinent Hawkland, which was in the original map but was never spoken to. And so we're taking an opportunity to introduce a wellspring and a Valkyrie from the world of the continent of Hawkland, and she's a pragmatist. She's studious. She kind of takes her time, and she has been kind of quietly preparing for her engagement into this war. And so she arms her soldiers with magically enhanced weapons that she forges using the powers of the wellspring, and it gives her a very kind of different, kind of almost contrasting kind of logic to Revna. So we get this cool kind of dichotomy happening there.
That's awesome. Chaz, all right, now I gotta ask you, you've seen them all overview of all of them. What Valkyrie do you align with? What faction do you draft?
Okay, now that I've seen everything, we definitely the guy that the bluish gray gentleman with the 4 arms. That one, he came across the screen. I was like, oh, that's it. That's the guy. That's my new best friend.
That's part of the Don Raider Syndicate, right?
Yeah, that is Admiral.
I love that figure.
EJ1M, and he is a Solborg Don Raider Syndicate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Follows Vidar.
Yep.
Wow.
And that whole faction that kind of is a conglomeration of people playing by their own rules there.
Yep.
Not that I'm speaking from personal experience or anything, but that kind of draws to my heart.
Yes, and some of the the older Heroescape races are in there, like the Gruts, the Gorillinators. So it's kind of a nod to the past.
The Morrow, we got to shout out the Morrow. There's a Morrow in there.
Yeah, it was really an effort to let the Heroescape community know that some of their favorite kind of species and characters are still very much part of the story and the canon of our game, and it will continue to be so.
Well, and it wouldn't be Heroescape if we didn't talk about the scape part of the title, right? So there is all new terrain within the HasLab campaign, never before seen stuff. Can you tell us about that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what's cool is that it's a terrain that you can like build right angles on a hex. And we also are introducing the jungle, the new alien jungle, which you can see on your screen. But likewise, in Heroescape, sometimes the rules change a little bit based on the scenario. So, for example, the walls might be illusionary walls in some scenarios, which is nice for like melee units because you can run up right next to them and then run through the wall to assault range guys.
Yeah, and it's so beautiful to just lay out a battlefield for Heroescape, right? It's such an impressive thing to just see it kind of across your dining room table, and to now add all these beautiful kind of jungle elements and add in these really beautiful kind of ruins that you can kind of stack and build height to. It gives a lot of dimension and a lot of kind of customization in your map creations too.
Right, and plus there'll be 20 new scenarios that will be part of the the HasLab. So you'll have all new scenarios to build out in ways that have never been done before.
Yeah.
I have to ask, because Chaz brought it up, the water, is it going to be sparkly or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's definitely sparkling water. That was a must.
We've heard loud and clear from our friends on both Discord and across the internet. Sparkly water is a must. Well, there's something missing here. A huge part of the Heroescape lore, and that's the Kyrie. I don't see a single Kyrie here.
Yeah, so hot off the presses and just being seen for the first time right now. You will see on your screen some concept art that we are working up to final to introduce Kyrie into this HasLab offering as well. The Kyrie people are angelic natives to the world of Valhalla. They are kind of central to the narrative of the Battle of All Time. And they're kind of almost requirement in the world of Heroescape. So we could not possibly offer a HasLab without also including some Kyrie in this offering. And you may note that there are some efforts to celebrate with the fans some associations with certain Valkyrie that maybe we didn't do in the first run. Craig?
Yeah, exactly. Aquila has never had a Kyrie, so there's an Aquila hero. Vidar's never had a Kyrie, so there's a Vidar hero. There's an Ukar Kyrie, and there's 2 new Kyrie for each of the new Valkyries. So 2 for Revna and 2 for Valarek.
Yeah, and you might notice that the Kyrie are broken up into kind of tribes in the story. So each tribe has a very different visual language to them, a very different set of ideals, and so you get a very broad range of mixed styles and looks to the people.
Craig, I gotta ask, how many of these things can I have on the battlefield at once? Once they finally show up, can I just flood them with Kyrie? Like, what's the deal?
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on the point cost, right?
Yeah.
If it costs 50 points, then you can field a lot of them. If it costs 200 points, then you can't field as many.
Yeah, it's amazing that anybody new to kind of Heroescape kind of coming in today, that you can purchase an offering like this, and you can make that a 2-player game with big, giant, massive armies on either side of the battlefield, or you can actually kind of break this up the way the rules work, and you could have 6 players play with this offering, and with the same game and the same offering.
When we decided to make this a HasLab, we set up an epic battle. I'm proud. How many? It was like 1,000-point plus armies we were playing with, right?
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was awesome, and it took hours. But I would do it again. I'm just asking for an invite to come play Heroescape at your house again.
Invite given.
Chaz, seeing those Kyrie, what do you think?
I thought it was really interesting that the individual tribes within the faction had their own kind of visual language, that you're incorporating that into it, that kind of, to kind of reinstate the lore in that aspect. I thought that was really a nice touch.
Yeah, it's actually one of the great little things about Heroescape is that there is this really deep story that was kind of first established, and taking that baton and kind of carrying that forward and actually really fleshing it out and making it broader and bigger and sharing with the fans kind of as we go forward a kind of deeper understanding of that narrative is one of our goals.
That's a noble aspiration, and one that it seems that you are achieving.
Yeah, well, the storytelling part of Heroescape has always seemed to be both enthralling as well as confusing, right? For that first era. So as we dove in, that's something we spent a considerable amount of time discussing, is whether or not certain things are canon, whether they're fan-driven, does that make it canon, and how we would approach the Age of Annihilation and every epoch going forward.
Yeah, and then on top of that, there was an era where our brothers and sisters at Wizards of the Coast also expanded the universe a little bit. And so what does that mean for the future of Heroescape, and how can we continue to kind of carry all those great ideas and that amazing creativity kind of forward?
Awesome. Well, this is a HasLab campaign. We're talking about a crowdfunding initiative. So you couldn't be doing crowdfunding without 2 things: exclusives or stretch goals. So let's first talk about the exclusives. There's 2 figures, 2 playable characters that you'll never be able to get anywhere else unless you back the HasLab campaign right now by clicking on a QR code or a link or going to a website. What are they? What's the first one?
Yeah, so they're actually on either side of the kind of table here. As part of the Ironclad Collective, you have Scavarith, the Lord of Ruin. He's a giant mecha centipede kind of monstrosity as part of that faction. And then you also have the Thraxis Dragoon, a kind of cavalry lieutenant within the Nemesis War Brood as well.
And just for scale, look at how big these figures are. These are the large size, right? They're both on a peanut, right? They're both on 2 spaces. So yeah, these are some large figures. Actually, this guy's right here. And then the other one's all the way across the table just to drive the cameraman mad. But it's another large figure over there. So those are both exclusives. So again, would only be available if you back the HasLab campaign and will be part of that offering.
Yeah.
Of course, there are also stretch goals. We have 5 stretch goals planned, so hopefully we fund, and then if we fund, we're gonna be able to put some more stuff into that box. You guys know how this all works. And I think that this was a really, really smart touch by the team, is thinking about both the legacy of Heroescape as well as taking us into the next generation. Do you wanna walk us through a bit?
Yeah, legacy is a great word. In the original kind of story of Heroescape, Hasbro had kind of built a lot of narrative. They had generated webisodes, comic books around an alliance of kind of 5 characters that were helping unite the good Valkyrie of the world together against Utgar and kind of thwart his plans for evil and annihilation. And they were very endearing characters. They were both amazing to play on the tabletop, and they really had a great story behind the 5 of them being such a broad mix and range between them. And so what we've decided to do is to bring them forward into the Age of Annihilation, that they have all kind of made it this far into the epic war that has raged this entire time. But you know, things have changed, and they've changed. And so each one of them has kind of evolved in terms of their powers, their abilities, their visual language, and it's giving us a chance for Heroescapers to kind of have those heroes they knew and loved so much, but in a way that they've never had in their collection before.
Yeah, I mean, Sergeant Drake can finally fly with the Kyrie.
I mean,
because he's got a jetpack on his back.
Finally, no more grappling hook, right?
No, he's got the grapple gun.
He's got them both.
It's cooler now. He can like grab people and then suck them right to him, so he can hit them with the katana. So it's.
I mean, come on.
He's he's one of my favorites, Sergeant Drake Alexander.
Well, and he's the first stretch goal, so let's get him unlocked as fast as possible.
Yeah.
And as well, there's a stretch goal out there that's drummed up a little bit of controversy. And that's our final stretch goal. Where is she at?
She is all the way down on the right side of the table here. That is Evil Raylan. So in the original story, in the comic books, we had a narrative of Raylan being kind of brainwashed and kind of taken over by Utgar temporarily. But we've decided that her ambitions and her thirst for power have led her back to kind of Utgar's fold. So we have brought back Evil Raylan atop a vicious kind of manticore creature hair, so she can just absolutely wreck on the battlefield now, and be everything we would want Evil Raylan to be in the game of Heroescape.
Yeah. I'm super happy with Evil Raylan, even though I'm kind of disappointed that she turned evil, because I liked good Raylan.
I think most people liked good Raylan. I think that's kind of the point, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and actually there was like this shelf image back in the day of like the other Raylan painted red, like the comic book, and they were like, "That's Evil Raylan, that's Evil Raylan."
Well, now it's official.
Yes.
If we got enough backers, it's official.
So all the fan theories for over a decade have now come true in our stretch goals.
Chaz, you got any parting questions before we wrap up this panel?
I had a couple of questions, actually. You mentioned, I think you might have answered some of them, but in the initial tweet that went out, some of the images of the figures were just gray plastic, and they're colored here in front of you. But you did mention at the top of the show that even you don't know what the final product is going to look like. So is the plan for it to be each faction to be colored plastic like this, or is there a different? Are they going to be gray, or what's the plan for that?
They'll be molded in the general colors for sure.
By general, they mean the leader, the general leader.
Yeah, so Jandar's in blue, Ugar's in red, Revna's in orange, Vidar's in that
so you'll be able to get that visual
gray
distinction across the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. One of the kind of manifestos that the design development team on Avalon Hill lives by is this idea of being able to open up an Avalon Hill game and get right into the action. So we wanted to make sure that the color coding associated with the Valkyries allowed players to just break open their HasLab, get right into the battle, and if anybody chooses to paint it, then awesome. I want to see pictures.
Yeah.
But if you're not a painter and you just want to get in there and you want to play and you can't wait and you've been waiting this long for Heroescape to come back, you can do that too. And it's easy to distinguish your units by their color types.
I think that also brings up another really great point. There's no sprues. No sprues at all. It's in our ethos. No sprues on Avalon Hill Prime.
Nope. We want we want those gamers to be able to jump right in, and accessibility is another pillar of Avalon Hill, and so being able to break open the box and not have to assemble your collection and your treasures and jump right into the battle is also part of how we developed to this item.
That was another question, because especially some of the big miniatures are pretty detailed. So I was wondering if there's going to be any snap to fit type of assembly that has to go on.
Yeah, we might do a couple, such as the wings on the dragon. It might be a snap just so you can get it in the box and you can kind of store your treasure back on your shelfie once more and kind of show it with pride. We wanted to make sure that that was still capable, but we also didn't want to turn this into a lot of sprues or a lot of kind of
assembly,
sticky hands.
Yeah.
I have another question. Actually, I have several. And since I have you here,
they tell me to wrap it up. Ask away.
I had a question about the Age of Annihilation moniker. Now, is Age of Annihilation, is that just for the whole reintroduction of Netscape? Is Age of Annihilation just for the whole reintroduction of Heroescape? Or is that like a certain set, the first set of this new scape that's coming out?
Yeah, so just like the original Rise of Valkyrie and Swarm of the Morrow, the idea is to introduce an era of the game's narrative. So Age of Annihilation represents potentially kind of an expansive opportunity for Heroescape going forward, and it kind of starts with this HasLab campaign. But that would be plans for the future and an opportunity to continue to grow on Heroescape. But the plan is that Age of Annihilation represents a kind of broad narrative of this time period in the story, starting with the HasLab campaign.
Right. It's like Rise of the Valkyrie, Swarm of the Morrow, Age of Annihilation.
All right. So you guys might even have more stuff up your sleeves, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, we have a lot of ideas.
You got it back the first, though. I want to be clear.
Follow the link in the description below.
Yeah, exactly. Follow that link, and then there's a lot of stuff in discussion.
Yeah. I had one other question. It's about the character cards, the old, really unique, awesome little hexagon character cards. Is the plan still to have these guys of this unique shape showing up, or are the cards going to be like maybe standardized tarot-sized cards for deck management or something, or perhaps even offering players both versions?
Yes. So actually, as we talk, the Hasbro Pulse website is going live, and it will actually show the new concept for the cards. The idea there is to introduce the same footprint of the original cards, but to take advantage of maybe some of that negative space around the card that wasn't kind of optimized, and give us a chance to put a little bit more rules and scale everything up a little bit easier. So when you're kind of sitting across the table, you can kind of see everybody's rules more easily, but to kind of honor that kind of footprint and that kind of style of hex logic in that, and that to proactively answer another question, which people might be scrambling to run over to the Hasbro Pulse website right now, is that each one of the cards will have a full color representation of each one of the characters. So if you are a painter and you're looking for that opportunity to kind of see each one of the characters kind of in their full color kind of iteration, each one of the army cards will actually have that representative on them, so you can kind of see them all fleshed out in that way.
Nice. So you kind of get almost a color guide for painting them potentially.
Absolutely. And,
cool.
and still it opens it up to your own creativity as well if you choose to do it with it. So.
And you also mentioned some D20 special abilities and such. And that was one of the things that was one of my favorite aspects was just the versatility of some of these character abilities. So I was going to ask if different D20 abilities are still kind of baked into a lot of the characters, and if any other kind of neat ability mechanisms are being introduced in this set.
Oh yeah, the D20 is definitely used throughout a lot of these cards. The Morrow Pirate actually has, surprise, surprise, a D20 ability, because that's kind of what the Morrow, or you probably like the Morrow then, Chaz, because that's kind of what they're all about.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think I hinted at some of the other the other types of mechanics that are going on, but we really tried to come up with different mechanics, and it's something that, well, when I first was working on Heroescape, and people would ask me, okay, what would you do if Heroescape came back? And the first thing I said was I would get the guys from the war, well, we call it the War Council, but it's really the guys from Heroescapers who continued to design cards throughout these 12 years. So they know everything about Heroescape, and they did a great job with these cards, because all these cards are new and fun and different, because they've been doing it for 12 years while we've been doing other stuff.
And this is the group that we've lovingly called the War Council,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And so they've been helping us design the game under, of course, your amazing leadership.
For sure, yeah.
To come up with these factions, as well as many of the characters, too.
Yeah, so to Craig's point, the effort there was to introduce rule mechanics and systems that are familiar to existing Heroescape players, but in ways that they've never seen before. So by bringing these characters and these factions into their games and kind of matching them up with their existing collections, like what you have, Chaz, behind your shoulders there, you can now create so many more combinations and army configurations and list building that this kind of unlocks by being a lot of new kind of mechanics and powers.
That's great. You got one more question for us, Chaz? Or are you good?
I'm never good. The only other question I could think of at this point, the only other question I could think of at this point, when we might probably see it in the campaign and potential other sets, is just any hints of additional terrain types that might become available. We had lava, we had ice, we had stone. You showed the jungles, and I think you even showed the ruins that looked like they were stacked on top of each other. There was the old castle. What kind of other geographic tantalizations do you have in store for us?
Oh, we're looking at all sorts of stuff. If this, that's why you got to go back this, because we have lots and lots of ideas. You can just go anywhere with this. That's the great thing about Heroescape, is that we can go futuristic. We can start to come out with futuristic type walls. There's we'll never run out of ideas. Trust me.
Yeah.
Nice.
And the terrain itself also has the opportunity for introducing variances in gameplay too. So it can add that much more to your gameplay experience by introducing all these new things just around the scape of Heroescape.
That's awesome. What a great question.
Their name.
Yes, exactly. Well, what a great question, Chaz. I want to thank you for your time. Thanks for coming out and hanging out with us on a big screen behind our heads. That was awesome.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's been a great opportunity to have this conversation with you guys, because being able to just kind of sit in and hear the passion that you guys have for this, that you had, you've harbored for literally decades at this point. Hearing you talking about it with such enthusiasm for what you guys are making is really, really exciting to see.
Oh, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Thanks, Chaz.
Thanks, Chaz.
This has been a big part of our lives for several months now. Longer than that, and it's even longer for Craig. It's been.
I don't think Craig actually ever stopped.
No. When I first met Craig, we were working on a different project together, and one of the first things that came up was like, so how are we going to get Heroescape to happen again? I'm like, oh, let's see if we can figure this thing out.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, thank you to everybody who has been tuning in to the panel so far. And thank you to Chris and Craig for joining me. Just so you know, our conversation is continuing over on that Avalon Hill Discord server that we plugged at the top. I hope there's a link floating around somewhere for you to click on and head over there, and we can keep the conversation going, hopefully answer questions that you have. And yeah, get this thing backed. We really need your support and your help, and thank you so much to the Heroescape community for everything that you've done so far.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
With that, back to Cleo. Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, guys. So, all you Heroescape fans, you guys are gearing up for an exciting release after 12 long years. 12 years sitting around.
12 years, and you gotta love the HasLab projects, the depth.
Yes.
It's insane, man. We need everybody to go in there and back that.
For sure.
Because I wanna see this in real life.
Man, look, I'll tell you what though. It's worth the wait. It's 100% worth the wait, because actually seeing the detail of some of these figures, like the tabletop, this is a tabletop game, but these figures actually look so good. Only for a tabletop game. Speaking of the characters, we got the one and only Scavarith, Lord of Ruin, here on set with us today from the Ironclad faction.
Man. That's a big guy right there.
The detailing in this alone, man. Look at the machine guns. He looks like he's got the infinity ammo glitch turned on. Look at all this. Look at this, man. This is crazy.
That is crazy.
This character is one of the Ironclad Collective figures we just heard the Avalon Hill team talk about. And from what we just learned about them, he'll be just as terrifying as he looks out there on the battlefield, man. Jeez, amen.
Look at it, man.
I actually do want this like in my house.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna fit in your house. That's what I was just about to say.
No?
This dude looks menacing. He looks ready for war. He's trying to clear the battlefield.
Yeah.
He's guns out. Ablazing.
I just
Look
love
at my man.
Like, it looks like he's got this like bio-organic thing going on with him too. He just is really scary. Look at the teeth on him. I love that, man. What I also gotta appreciate is the fact that they come in, like when you get the pieces, there's some in blue, there's some in red, there's some in orange, like we have here with Scavarith.
Yeah.
But the thing about it I love is that you can customize it how you want to do it.
Yeah, man. If you get them paintbrushes out, you can go crazy with somebody like this. And looking at the set, all the pieces, there's some really big pieces, and the detail is insane, right?
Absolutely,
like,
man.
This is next level. HasLab always coming through for the fans.
You see it, man. Shout out to all you Heroescape fans out there. This was for you guys for sure. I know you guys are excited. 12 years, man. 12 years.
Crazy.
Scavarith,
crazy.
man, you look great. You look great. We're excited to have you on set, man. I can't wait to see how many people go home and customize theirs, paint it in whatever colorway they want to.
Definitely want to see the photos, and even if you got the best photos on the net right now, share them with us.
Please.
Tag us,
please. I want to see the guys out there who are painting these incredible pieces. Like if I had Scavarith, I'm gonna make sure to paint them, I don't know, something, maybe gold, black. You know, get a good glittery shimmer to the top of his head. That's what I would do for Scavarith.
We definitely got to make them guns look metal, man.
Boom! This is what I love about Hasbro Pulse Con. We get to nerd out about the brands that we love, and we just got introduced to entirely new ones. And such great timing, too, since the Avalon Hill team focused on making this game accessible for newcomers just with this release. So, amen, me and you, we can link up. Have a good game night, why not?
They said as soon as the box touches down, you can go to war.
That's what they said. It's right into the action. That's what I'm talking about, man. But this is day 2 of Hasbro Pulse Con. Man, we've already had some really, really great reveals. Hey, man, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good, and we still have more to go. A lot more to go.
So much more to go.
Big things happening.
That's right. We want to hear from you. Tell us what you loved about the Avalon Hill panel or Hasbro Pulse Con so far. Let us know in the comments. We're listening. I see somebody talking about we can't wait for the relaunch of Heroescape. Just it's so great and deserves the reprint and new content. That's right. 12 years in the making, though.
Yeah, man.
12 years.
12 That's a long time.
Years, man. That's what I'm talking about. What else you guys talking about in the chat? Those concept art, they look amazing. That's what I'm talking about.
Shout out
it's
to the
always
design.
cool when the concept art and then you see the final product and it's even better.
Man.
You gotta love those moments, man. That's what PulseCon's all about, though. Anything else, man? We in the chat and we loving you guys. I know you guys having a great time. Backed. Love Heroescape.
Just like that. He's in.
He didn't waste no time. As soon as he saw Heroescape come across the screen, he was like, do it! Back it now!
Hit the button.
Hit right to the action. I want to pull the box out and get right to all the smoke.
Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Next, it's all about the magic. It's been 30 years since one card game came into our lives and changed everything. To celebrate its 30th anniversary, the Magic the Gathering team has prepared an amazing launch and expected collab.
Yep,
All
that's right.
I'm ready. Hit it.
Hey, thank you so much, Cleo. I am Gavin Verhey from Wizards of the Coast, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about Magic the Gathering. This October, Magic is kicking off an entire year of celebrations for its 30th year anniversary. You know, few games have had the impact or longevity of Magic, which launched the collectible card game genre almost 30 years ago. And as Magic turns 30, it's bigger than ever. You know, I started playing in 2001 when I was just 10 years old, and Magic has taken me all across the world and created so many friends for life. And, well, it wouldn't be Magic without the Gathering. So to kick off our 30th anniversary, we wanted to bring people together this October in Las Vegas with Magic 30. Now, what is Magic 30, you might ask? Well, it's a party 3 decades in the making. And while the show is mostly sold out, there are still virtual tickets left at magic30.mtgfestivals.com. And virtual tickets will be on sale throughout the event, and we've certainly saved some previews for fans attending from their home as well, so make sure to stay tuned for those. You know, Magic 30 will have wild events, cool collectibles, panels featuring your favorite Magic personalities, and me too, and will feature a blowout of previews for Brothers War. And speaking of Brothers War, I brought on someone who knows a bit about Brothers War to tell us about what's going on here. Welcome to the show, Matt Danner. How you doing, Matt?
Hey, doing well. Thanks so much, Gavin. Yeah, let's talk just a little bit about Brothers War here, right? As Magic celebrates its 30th anniversary, there is no more iconic story and setting that would allow us to pay homage to our past, boldly reimagined for the present, and set up all the exciting things that we have to come for the future. We may be 3 decades in, but really we are just getting started here. So over the years, Magic has introduced fans to a vast multiverse full of unique and fantastical planes, each one populated by powerful mages and wizards and warriors. And 2 of our most powerful and legendary characters ever were a pair of brothers known as Urza and Mishra. Their sibling rivalry became so fierce, so heated, so utterly destructive that it unleashed the worst evil the multiverse has ever faced: the dreaded Phyrexians. Now, here on November 18th, with the release of Brothers War, our fans will be able to rediscover this epic conflict and its ramifications, which still reverberate across the aeons and throughout the multiverse today.
And it's always captured my imagination too. You know, when I started in 2001, the set I started with was Invasion, about this Phyrexian invasion of Dominaria, which is a story we just saw kind of again with Dominaria United, the Phyrexians coming back to try and take over Dominaria. And I remember wondering, hey, what's the story here? What's the history here? And I went back and I found some cards from Antiquities, which is the set that the Brothers War was based on, kind of the original Brothers War set, if you will. And it captured my imagination immediately. I had to know more about this story, and I went out and read the book and all this other stuff. And so it's always been a huge cornerstone for Magic. And the Brothers War is maybe the most well-known event in all of Magic history. So to come back and see it in a set today is so cool. Now, when we saw the brothers battle nearly 30 years ago, we kind of saw some glimpses of the great machines they built to wage war. You know, we saw a couple cards here and there, but that was a long time ago, and we did not see it all. So with the Brothers War set, we're taking off those gloves, we're unleashing full havoc, and there's a ton of gigantic war machines. You will see this war at its fully realized form. Matt, talk us through what we can expect here a little bit.
Absolutely, absolutely. So our heroes of the present have devised a way to peer back into the past and learn how Urza himself dealt with this Phyrexian threat. Now, along the way, we're going to see some familiar faces, uncover some ancient artifacts, but ultimately, yeah, there are these massive mechs and rampaging robotic war machines just devastating the landscape of Dominaria in this combat. So you talked about invasion, and there it's like, oh, well, yeah, the Phyrexians may take over one plane, but here the stakes have never been higher. The entire fate of the multiverse hangs in the balance if our heroes, both from the past and the present, can't answer the threat of the Phyrexians.
Yeah, and there's some important nuggets of information nestled back there in that Brothers War story, so hopefully as our heroes peer back in the past, they can find just what we're looking for, but I suppose you'll have to wait and find out. But speaking of the past, so our heroes are looking back into the past, how about us? Are we looking back in the past with this set? What's something maybe a little retro might be getting here, Matt? Tell us about it.
Absolutely. So check this out. So to celebrate our return to Magic's original story, we have a hot take on these retro-framed schematic art cards of some of the most iconic artifacts from all of Magic's past. So this is a whole new twist with some old school flavor.
I love the retro frames. I'm a huge fan of them. I'm so glad we brought them back, starting with Time Spiral Remastered, and you've seen them a few other places since. It really makes it feel like you pulled this card out of a pack in 1997 or what have you, right? It brings back the original look of Magic, and what better set for that than a trip back in the past with the Brothers War. Now, Matt, please tell us, you got a few preview cards.
Don't worry, I've got you covered for all your nostalgic needs. So first up, we've got art from one of my favorite OG Magic artists, the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Mark Poole, reimagining his group hug favorite, Howling Mine. Then, of course, we couldn't really talk about the Phyrexians without at least acknowledging that they're here. No Planeswalker is going to be safe from Yang Hao Han's interpretation of Phyrexian Revoker.
And it's so cool to see the Revoker here, right? Because I think the last time we saw it was in the, well, I guess it's New Phyrexia now, back on Mirrodin, in like the Mirren New Phyrexia battle for the takeover of the plane. And that was a more modern day Phyrexian look. Here we have it reimagined as something that you would find in the Brothers War, which is a cool take. I love it when you kind of see those reimaginings.
Absolutely right. It's one of those things where the Phyrexians have been such an insidious threat throughout Magic's history that seeing this newer card, but in a retro place, it really takes it back and says, oh yeah, totally. They've been planning this invasion for a long, long time. It totally makes sense.
They've been revoking for years, you know?
That's right. That's right. No, your counters are out of here. And lastly, we have a card that has seen play, warped every format that it's been legal in. The phenomenal Magic artist Chris Ron returns to give us his take on his original Lodestone Golem.
So I love seeing all these old cool treatments, right? It's awesome to have not just neat game design like tackling Brothers War, a story that happened so long ago, with the game design knowledge we have now, but also some of the tools we have now, right? We bring back the retro frame, and of course we can get a bunch of these cards, you get cards in the Brothers War set in the modern day frame as well. So you get a bit of old, a bit of new, and we have all kinds of cool art treatments and styles for you to check out here. And speaking of art treatments and styles, one of the things we've experimented a lot with in the past few years are those art treatments and styles, creating fierce, unique, and sometimes playful looks into the world of Magic. And one place where that's used particularly, well, when I say two words, this might come to mind, Secret Lair, right? We've done some amazingly cool treatments in Secret Lair. It's a great place for us to try out newer artists or art that hasn't normally matched with Magic, or really unique treatments. And this time around, we actually have a brand new Secret Lair we're gonna be talking about today, and will be on sale today, that is something that you wouldn't find in a normal Magic set, but is super, super fun to have around, and I look forward to blinging out my Commander decks with. Matt, tell me about what we got here.
Absolutely. Gavin, you alluded to this, but Magic for the longest time has been known to create some of the greatest fantasy art in the entire industry. Secret Lair and Booster Fun has allowed us to expand that out, and it's no different here. So artist Uta Natsume is back to give us a new take on some chibi planeswalkers. Littler Walkers returns with the powerful Elspeth, Sun's Champion, Narset, Parter of the Veils, my favorite, Garruk Wildspeaker, Sarkon Vol, and Saheeli, Sublime Artificer. Now, these folks may be tiny, but I can assure you they pack a big punch. Each of these is available in both regular and traditional foil for $29.99 and $39.99 respectively, and is available exclusively on Hasbro Pulse. So with prices this low, you really can't afford not to pick them up.
You know, I'm a huge Garrick fan as well, so excited to see him here. Hope we get some more of him in the main story eventually. And I want to stress, you can order this starting today through November 14th, while supplies last. Unlike a lot of other secret lairs, when this drop is gone, it's gone. There's only a certain amount of it. So go in and get it now while you can, because if it runs out and you haven't got your walkers, well, that's going to be a sad time. So make sure to go check it out right now if you can. So we've talked a bit about Brothers War, an awesome new set, and the cool treatments within. We've talked about the Secret Lair Littler Walkers, which is super duper adorable. Love that. You know, we've done a lot of innovation here, a lot of looking back at the past. We've played around with worlds that you know and love. And one of the things we're doing in the next 30 years are not only tapping into the great worlds that we know and love, which are not going anywhere, but also doing some really cool partnerships with other brands that people have loved for years and years and years. And one of the ones we're partnering with Brothers War is one that I'm really excited about. And if you're out there watching this, you probably know and love too. It's one that was a big part of my childhood and is going to be a great fit here in the Brothers War. And that is Transformers. We've brought in special guests Ben McRae and Isabella Weiss from the Transformers team actually to tell you a little bit more about it. Welcome to the show, Ben and Isabella.
Hey, yes, thank you so much for having us. My name is Isabella. As you mentioned, I'm on the Transformers franchise team, and we're so excited to be able to talk about this incredible partnership and collaboration. I know we've got a ton of really cool artwork and cards to reveal today. So again, thanks for having us on the Transformers crew here, you guys.
Hey, and I'm BMAC. I work on the Transformers brand product marketing team for our fan segment, work on the Shattered Glass toys. I also got to start working on this project when I was an intern on the franchise team a couple years ago. So yeah, thanks for having us on this. Super fun. So Matt, why don't you tell us a little bit more about this integration in Brothers War?
Absolutely. So you really can't talk about nostalgia and mechanized robotic combat without evoking thoughts of the most iconic robots of all time, the Transformers. So Brothers War is going to mark the first time ever in a Magic set where we'll be including Universes Beyond cards. These Transformer cards have an opportunity to show up in both set and collector booster packs. Isabel, you want to tell us a little bit more about how this collaboration started on your end?
Yeah, so this was a really fun project to work on, and our teams worked so closely together to ensure that this is true to both of our brands. So just setting the stage there, right? But we started with our character roster a little bit differently than you might expect. We started out with our Shattered Glass characters. Now, if you don't know what that is, for those of you watching at home, don't worry, we're gonna get to it. But from there, we worked backwards to G1, our G1 characters, which is really cool. So I think we've got 15 cards total. And as I just mentioned, we've got double the goodness on this because we have our G1 card character art as well as Shattered Glass variants. So a lot of really cool stuff to go through. But we got to start at the beginning, right? Let's first set the stage with the one and only heroic leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime. Here he is. He looks beautiful. And of course, his arch nemesis and eternal rival, none other than the ruthless tyrant himself, Megatron.
Brutal. There he is in all his glory. It's so cool. It's something here for Magic fans and Transformers fans alike, and it was so much fun working on these in the building. Big shout out to Glenn Jones, who led design these cards and came up with the mechanics and how they all interconnected together. So let's start with the Magic side of things, the mechanics on these cards. Matt, how do these work?
Absolutely. So Gavin, each of these are mechanically unique Universes Beyond cards. They'll be showing up, as I alluded to, both in set and collector boosters. Additionally, every single bundle will actually come with one. So these all share a unique expansion symbol. You see that kind of Autobot Decepticon, and they'll be legal to play in Commander and Legacy and Vintage. They'll each have their own special frames and hollow foil stamp, so to really showcase that they're coming from their own unique universe. Lastly, the design team, led by Glenn Jones, dreamt up some really awesome mechanics and abilities to help these change back and forth between their vehicle and robot form. We've got the more than meets the eye mechanic keyword, which lets you to cast them in either form right off the bat, so you get the best right from the get-go. They come in ready for action. And then we see the living metal as well. Really
and this was really special because the designers on your guys' team, the Magic crew, were all actually Transformers fans as well. So, I mean, your whole team really put their heads together and came up with some amazing ideas for how to integrate Transformers into Magic the Gathering's universe, so giving them some very unique abilities.
Yeah, I mean, I just love seeing the words "more than meets the eye" on a card. That's so perfect, right? That's exactly like when I think Transformers, that's the tagline I think of, and there it is. And from a game design standpoint, it's some really cool stuff on both axes here. With "more than meets the eye," it lets you kind of pick which one of the sides you want to start on, and you can put it in one or the other depending on how much mana you want to put into it. And then Living Metal, well, when you think about, you know, a Transformer, you aren't crewing them. Optimus Prime doesn't have anyone crew his vehicle, you know? He's a living creature. So they're not vehicles in the normal sense of magic. It makes sense that they're just automatically creatures during your turn, which is, you know, both very flavorful, and then for gameplay purposes means they don't get, say, wrathed away or board swept away on your opponent's turn. So it's a real great, not just flavor fit, but also mechanical fit to make these feel very unique and cool on their own. So really happy with how these ones turned out. Can we take a look at some more? Ben, Isabella, you want to walk us through some of the ones we can expect here?
We do have some other ones to talk about, right? So, let's start with another big guy here. We got Ultra Magnus. Obviously, you know Ultra Magnus from G1, takes over as leader of the Autobots in the 1986 film after we kill off Optimus Prime and send a bunch of people to therapy. So, you know, we gotta love Ultra Magnus here. When you get to see his Shattered Glass version, it's absolutely insane. We're gonna love it. So, Isabella, how about Cyclonus?
Yes, let's look at Cyclonus. For all you G1 fans out there of Transformers, this guy, he's a really fun character, especially if you're a fan of the 1986 animated feature. We may have met him there. He may have had a part to play in the story to be told. So Cyclonus, happy to have him in there. Plus, my favorite color is actually purple. He's all purple, which is really ironic because I identify as an Autobot, but still, love it. What do we have next, BMAC?
I think next we have Prowl for you, which actually, when I got to approve the translations for these cards, this guy ended up being my favorite. In German, he is labeled as Prowl de Polizeiwagen in his vehicle mode, which is just super fun. So why don't you now show us Autobot Ratchet, who's our medic?
Yes, Ratchet, here we go. In all his classic G1 glory. Look at that white paint with red highlights. I always get a giggle out of this one because we had to change his symbol on his shoulders, which was originally a red cross, for legal purposes. So he now has a very Cybertronian medical star on his shoulders, announcing him as obviously the Autobot team medic. I think next we've got a Jetfire.
Oh, Jetfire. Obviously, he starts out as a Decepticon. He's mainly a Autobot in the G1 cartoon, so you see him here in his Autobot scientist mode a little bit. He's repairing himself, making himself better. It's kind of what you're seeing on his bot mode side here. He's a blue card, which is super fun. You look at this big white and red character, but he is a blue character within the universe of Magic, so that's a lot of fun for our control players out there. Yeah, he's going to be great. And also, Shattered Glass might be my favorite toy is Jetfire, so when we get to that card, obviously gonna love that too. So how about Blitzwing? What do we got going on there?
Yes, Mr. Blitzwing. Here he is in all his glory. This is definitely one of my favorite cards because on the reverse side, you get to see him. He's the only one that we've actually done showing the conversion process. So he's in the process of changing from bot mode into his alt mode, which is super cool. So he looks incredible. He's got some pretty interesting flavor text here as well. And it's very on brand. So excited for you guys to be able to play with this cruel tormentor.
Perfect. All right. So we can't talk about G1 Transformers and not talk about RC, right? Super unique form factor, very important character to the G1 cartoon, embodies the compassion that makes up an Autobot. You can see here in the bot mode picture is kind of in that heroic, iconic Optimus pose that we know. So you're seeing it and you're like, I feel like I've seen this before, but it never existed. It's just that this new card art makes you feel like it existed. Beautiful new everything going on with these. And then you can see her in her iconic Cybertronian car mode on her vehicle side. And I think we have one last character to reveal, right? So, I mean, we showed Soundwave. There's gotta be Blaster?
Blaster! Yep, exactly. You can't have Soundwave without Blaster. It just makes sense. Here he is, looking like he's ready to get some tunes going, shoot some hoops perhaps on the court. And this is also super fun, very in character, because for this particular card, other non-token artifact creatures and vehicles you control have modular. It's a hard word to say, but it's really neat because that's just another example of how we worked so closely with the Magic team to make sure that while these are Transformers characters and cards that fit into the Magic universe, they are first and foremost, of course, interesting cards that you're going to be hopefully wanting to play. So I think that is it for our G1 characters. But
yeah, I mean, I just want to say really fast, those are so cool. Like, I mean, every piece of those artworks is like, it feels like a still right out of the old show. It's like from an episode that never happened, right? It's just it takes me back in a really cool way, and the range of characters is just delightful. It's so fantastic. Yeah. So yes, anyway, just wanted to say that because I'm so excited about these. But as you were alluding to, there's a lot going on in Transformers. You mentioned Shattered Glass earlier. Why don't you walk through what Shattered Glass is, and then we'll show off what you can expect here with some Shattered Glass cards.
Yes. So for those of you who might not be familiar, Shattered Glass is an alternate reality. Normally, of course, you've got the heroic Autobots who are fighting against the evil Decepticons, but in Shattered Glass, it is reversed. Optimus Prime is an evil tyrant, and Megatron is your heroic, hero who you wants to win. It's just the coolest thing to see some of these characters who you've grown up loving and knowing just have this chance to have a totally different personality and character arc and story.
Now, Ben, I think you, if I remember, you actually worked on Shattered Glass when you came to work here at Hasbro, right? Like, what is some of the story from your perspective, how this thing came to be?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. They had kicked it off on the toy side, and I actually was able to work with our comic partner to be like, hey, let's put a story to the toy. It had existed when it was created by our fans years ago, and we wanted to expand on that and make sure that people would understand why was the good guy the bad guy and the bad guy the good guy. And it was a lot of fun for me because, I always say I identify as a bad guy, so I actually finally get to root for the Autobots because they're the ultimate evil in this universe. So being able to stay on, even though I'm on the product side now, and actually work on this project and bring Shattered Glass to life in another form of media that I really love in Magic the Gathering was just an absolute dream project. And getting to show off these cards art and work on this was insane.
So cool. Well, thank you both of you, Ben and Isabella, for coming on and talking through what you can expect here with Transformers, a bit of their history, the Shattered Glass variants. It's so cool, and what a neat collaboration between us here at Wizards and all of you at Hasbro to make this all come together and happen. So thank you all so much for coming on and talking about this. And thanks to Matt as well for talking a bunch with me about Brothers War today. That's going to be coming out hot. I'm so excited. And frankly, it's going to be a packed 30th anniversary for Magic. We've got Brothers War, huge epic story, retro frames, schematic cards, absolutely fantastic. Plus this huge Transformers add-in too. We've got a brand new Secret Lair you can go pre-order today. And also, not last, but certainly not least, is Magic 30. I'm so excited to be there on October 28th through 30th, and maybe I'll see you there too, either in person or on your computer screen. Hopefully you enjoyed what we have to offer here. It's gonna be a great year for Magic. Back to you, Cleo.
DJ Amen, listen. Do you smell something? Yo, Amen!
You called?
I see you in the full Bakeman cosplay. How you looking, bro? How you feeling?
Come on, man. You know what time it is.
Tell me this don't feel good.
Look at this.
We're Ghostbusters! Yeah, man. Woo. Come on, Spangler's Neutrona Wand.
Let's go, man. This thing is incredible.
This is the vibration of it. The vibrations we got, man. All the different buttons. Look, we got this one, we got this one, we got this one. We got the activate button. This actually works.
Come on,
Even
man.
this button up here.
Look at.
Yeah, man. See, that's what I love about cosplay, man. I get a chance to dress up in some of my favorite characters and just have a good time and have a blast, man.
Yeah, man. You know what makes doing cosplay even doper?
Is it my Selfie Series figure?
Come on, man. Where is that thing? Let's get it.
Yeah!
You need
this. Yo, check it out. Look at it. You got big Ghostbusters. You got a little Ghostbusters. This could be yours.
That's you, man.
This could be your figure right here. Check them out. put it side by side. How we looking? How we feeling? I love mine. Yes. Mwah. Man, look, you could be one of the Ghostbusters for only $59.99 with Hasbro Selfie Series during our celebration of Hasbro Pulse Con. We got to make sure to get yours too, man.
Yeah, for sure.
We got to make sure we can just double up on them back to
man.
back. Let's go back to back with it, right?
Who doesn't want to be a Ghostbuster? Halloween's coming. I'm ready.
Yes.
Let's
I'm
go.
definitely going to be walking all around with my little Ghostbuster right here. You guys really thought Ghostbusters wouldn't be a part of Hasbro Pulse Con this year? Come on, man. Really? There's no way we would have left out one of our favorite movies. No way. No way, man. What did you, what was one of your favorite characters, man, in Ghostbusters?
Come on, man. You see him.
Venkman.
Slimer,
Oh,
the
yes.
Marshmallow Man.
Yes,
Come
man.
on, man. It's endless. Classics and all the way to now. They're still going.
They're still going.
Fire. So good. So
gotta
good.
love it. We gotta love it. So speaking of our all-time favorite movies, it's time to bring the big deal. Or better said, the big whip?
Man, this is going to be great.
Yes, yes. Fans are so excited for this. We are also so excited for this. Archaeologists are also excited for this. So, let's hit it.
Hello, everyone out there. Welcome to this portion of Hasbro Pulse Con 3. It's amazing. We're on our third one already. And you can see already there's something a little different about this crew. We've got a different logo here on our shirts. It's Indy, baby. We are so excited to be talking about Indiana Jones. We're going to introduce the team and then dive right into it. We have so much to talk about. So my name's Patrick. I'm the marketing director for the Indiana Jones brand at Hasbro. And here with me,
I'm Chris. I'm design manager.
And I'm Eric. I'm a designer.
Awesome. So we are excited to be talking about Indiana Jones toys as a company, as Hasbro, for the first time in almost 15 years. It's well due. Indy's amazing. I love it. Like, we're all Star Wars fans. I'm a Star Wars fan, but I love Indiana Jones even more. And we'll talk a little bit more about what the brand means to us later. So the collaboration with Lucasfilm, the fact that we would be doing an Indy line, was announced earlier this year. And we announced at San Diego Comic-Con that we would be revealing product here at Hasbro Pulse Con. But this is the day. Here's where we're going to talk about it. We're revealing 7 items in the line today, and everything we see today is going to be from classic Indy. It's all about those original films. But we are, of course, so excited for the new movie. It's so fitting, you know, first movie in 15 years. It's got a June 30th, 2023 release date. I know I'm counting the days. Can't wait. So again, we're going to dive into some product, but first, Chris, can you tell us a little bit about what the brand means to you?
Well, just thinking about the new movie coming, I'm thinking about the stuff I'm going to have to pull out of my closet and take part in again. And there was a time when there was a giant Halloween party going on, and I, of course, chose Indy because I didn't have my Stormtrooper costume done yet. So I chose Indy and went all in on the costume, like all the clothing, the jacket, all the gear was right. But I went to go to the event that night, and something was missing. And of course, Indy from Raiders, the idol, that first scene, I wanted an idol, but I didn't have an idol just laying around. But what did I have? I had marshmallows, I had Rice Krispies, and a little bit of butter. So I sculpted up myself a Rice Krispie treat idol. Seriously? Indiana Jones, yeah. That's awesome. Fertility idol, Rice Krispie treats. I'll have to send you guys the photos of that at some point. It was delicious.
Absolutely. Indian Halloween man. My son Caleb was Indiana Jones last year. He's 3, so he didn't know who Indiana Jones was, but I loved it, so he loved it. Yep, yeah. Absolutely. So let's start talking about our segments. Like, at this point, no one knows what segments we're going to be playing in, but you will know. We're going to talk about them right now. So Indiana Jones obviously started off as a kid line in the 1980s and moved forward several years. The 2008 line was developed with kids as the primary audience. Now, we've seen the growth in the fan business over the past 15 years, and that's why we're so excited to be here at Hasbro Pulse Con Fan First 2022, talking about all the amazing fan-focused product. For next year, we will have product for both kids and also targeted at adult fans. We're going to be sharing specific products, but first, the areas. So the first segment reveal today will be the only one we're showing today for our kid items, for our kid portfolio. Indiana Jones obviously has some great characters, but it's also a really exciting world with some cool vehicles, animals, and different locations. And of course, Indy's all about globetrotting and bringing those different environments to life. Now, our Star Wars line has a brand along those lines, bringing the world to life with Mission Fleet. And so we're excited to announce that Indiana Jones will play in a similar space with, cue logo, Indiana Jones Worlds of Adventure. That worked out perfectly. It did. It's awesome. It's going to be a great segment targeted for our youngest indie fans, bringing that world of adventure to life. We don't have product to show today. That's going to have to wait until next year. But we look forward to bringing that kid's life to life, to bring the worlds of Indiana Jones to life. And Eric, what do we have for our kid and adult fans in Indiana Jones?
So moving on to our fan segments, the first one is going to make up a large portion of our Indiana Jones line. Star Wars has the Black Series, Marvel has Legends, and Indiana Jones will have the Indiana Jones Adventure Series. So this is our 6-inch scale figures, and they do a fantastic job of bringing the details of our characters to life. We are excited to see these come to life in the Indiana Jones line, and stick with us for our first reveals from our Adventure Series in just a few minutes.
Absolutely.
That's right. And 6-inch scale expressions are a relatively recent thing for us. They're a new innovation in recent years to achieve the highest possible recreation of entertainment accuracy with super articulation and high levels of deco, soft goods, superior sculpts, etc. But our next segment's all about the opposite. Well, I mean, maybe not the opposite, because it's authentic in its own way, but celebrating the original figures in all their classic glory, the original figures. That's right, Indiana Jones will also have a retro collection line.
Awesome.
Star Wars kicked off this trend for Hasbro a few years ago, and it's great seeing the classic styling and packaging that we all knew from our childhood. Well, some of us knew from our childhood.
Yeah, some of us.
Yeah,
sorry, At least 2 of us.
Exactly, yeah. So we're excited to see this come to life in our Indiana Jones line as well. Stick with us for the first reveal from that retro collection in just a few minutes.
And our last segment reveal. So Worlds of Adventure, Adventure Series, Retro Collection. We're excited for all of those figural expressions. But there are other great places to play as well. Larger scales. Now, we're not talking 12-inch scale. We're not going to have any 2 or 3 foot figures, at least not today. We're talking something like a 1-to-1 scale, or otherwise known as premium role plate. Premium role play. Yeah, that's right. Our Indiana Jones line will have its own premium role play items. Stick with us for the first premium role play reveals in just a few minutes. But before that, I don't know about you. I was moved to the core by Chris's Rice Krispie treat. Yeah, I'm starving. Moved to the tummy. But Eric, what does Indy mean to you?
So yeah, growing up, we were always watching TV, and on like either FX or just one of the channels, Raiders of the Lost Ark was constantly on TV.
As it should be.
As it should be. And every single time it was on, we sat down and watched it. No matter where it was in the movie, if it was halfway through, at the beginning, at the end, we always sat down and watched it. It was almost like a family event, whereas like every Wednesday, like Indiana Jones is on. It seemed like almost every time I walked downstairs, it was on. So I've probably seen Raiders more times than I can count, and it kind of became this like family event kind of a thing where
right, ring the bell, it's on, like
exactly.
I'll sit down
and I just had this like sixth sense for like, oh my god, Indy's on, and I would just walk downstairs and it was. So
that's awesome. I had a similar experience. The movie for me, for whatever reason, was Temple of Doom. I saw it for the first time at a 2nd grade sleepover, which was not the right age. My son and daughter will not be watching it in 2nd grade. Yeah, exactly.
And funny enough, actually, the first time I saw Temple of Doom was also at a sleepover, and yeah, can attest, it was definitely traumatizing.
Maybe we were at the same sleepover.
We might have. Yeah, who knows? Maybe.
Awesome. Very cool. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, no problem. So we have shared our segment reveals, and now it's time to actually dive into the actual product. So let's keep things moving, and we'll reveal our Adventure Series product that we're going to show today. This one will come as no surprise, even if you know nothing about Indiana Jones, other than the fact that it's called Indiana Jones. If you have a brand named after the main character, then it's only fitting that the first item we reveal for the first time ever in the 6-inch scale is Indiana Jones.
The man himself.
Yep.
So we are really, really happy with how this guy's turned out. He is a brand newly tooled figure, leather jacket, lots of layers, lots of stuff going on. We have that nice weathering on the jacket itself that we have with a dry brush that really gives it that aged leather look. And we're really, really happy with how that turned out. He comes decked out to the nines, comes with a satchel, pistol, 2 sets of alternate hands, coiled whip, and the unfurled whip, and of course, the golden idol from the iconic opening scene. This also features brand new hand construction. Tom and Bailey are the sculptors on Indiana Jones, and they have knocked it out of the park with this. Once again, we are always trying to innovate on our figures, and for this one, we have a ball and socket that fits over the hand instead of the normal pin within the hand. And we also took some learnings from the Han Solo figure from Star Wars, sculpting to get that.
It's not our first Harrison Ford.
Exactly. We've had years and years of experience with Harrison Ford with Han Solo, and now we are bringing that forward to Indiana Jones. And our sculpting team has done a phenomenal job in capturing that likeness. He has a new haircut. We actually spec'd a new color for his skin, giving him more of a tan look. Obviously, Indy is more out in the sun, adventuring. Han's more just in spaceships, so doesn't get as much sun exposure. And he also has that 5 o'clock
different
shadow.
sun exposures.
Different, yeah.
Up close
More
and
healthy.
personal in some cases, yeah.
Exactly. So this Indy has never looked as good as he has now. It's amazing seeing the details and the scale, and we will have packaging to show later, but we will obviously show that a little bit later.
And I do love, like, you guys just always push the envelope, right? Like, we hear about this every time, and I love the new hands, and we see this in Star Wars, but I love how for our very first Indiana Jones, you guys pushed the envelope even more and made it the best possible version.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, no, all of that goes to Tom and Bailey on the sculpting team. They've done a great job on this.
Awesome. So cool.
So, for our next reveal, also from Raiders, of course, one of the villains, but not the main villain, but still very scary. We have to hand it to him. It's Tote.
Yeah, he looks amazing.
Yes, he does. So, this is another brand newly tooled figure. Comes with alternate face, burned hand with a medallion emblazoned on it, removable plastic overcoat, pistol, deco on the melted face in particular. That's the one I really want to talk about.
Like down here, we get a close up on that. Yeah, look at that. That is.
It is gnarly
intense.
looking. It is one of our most complex photoreal faces that we've ever done, and we are so happy with how it turned out. It looks phenomenal, and we even have the eyes rolling back in the head. Just really happy with it. And on both of these heads, the glasses are separate pieces that are glued onto the head. The glasses are slightly askew on the melted head. So as to treat these a little bit different. There's also some nuances in the black deco as well. We have a different color and finish between the suit and the overcoat to get a little bit more depth in the character.
Yeah, I like that. It's a nice difference between the leather coat and the cloth.
Yeah, it's subtle, but it helps to add a lot of depth to him. Obviously, Indiana Jones is amazing, but great to get some of the supporting characters into the line. The alternate head sculpt will definitely haunt my dreams. So we are revealing more Adventure Series items, but these two are the only 2 Adventure Series items that will be available for pre-order. These 2 figures are available at most major retailers, including Hasbro Pulse in the US, Canada, and the EU. Available for pre-order today. It's 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and they will be on shelf spring of 2023.
Awesome. Fantastic. So let's keep things moving with more reveals. So these next reveals, they won't be available for pre-order today. Just Tote and Indy on pre-order. So for our next one, Tote, he looks pretty scary here, especially that gnarly head. Indy's definitely going to need some help taking him down. And if you went out with this next guy, it wouldn't be a bad date.
Yeah, you did it.
I did, yeah. There. And I will just say, all these terrible jokes, I wrote them, so apologies to Eric and Chris for having to read them. But it's Sala, not a bad date. He is another brand, and you're going to hear this a lot today, another brand newly tooled figure. New brand, all these figures are new from the ground up. He comes with everything you need to make the definitive Sala for this scene. His robe, his coiled rope, his shovel, again, everything accurate to the dig scene. And I will say, Eric and the team worked really hard to refine those colors. he has some very similar deco across the figure, so you guys did an awesome job of creating a great separation between the vest and the rest of his outfit. Obviously, he's got a lot of the same shades there, but we didn't want him to look too monochromatic. We also had a lot of conversations about which Sala scene inspiration to do. Obviously, he appears in multiple films, a lot of great different outfits. We liked this one because it just placed him squarely in the action of those iconic second act scenes in Raiders of the Lost Ark. So joining Indian Tote, it's Sala in our Adventure Series line.
That's awesome, but he's not it.
Nope.
We've got 2 more Adventure Series reveals to go. We're pretty sure you're going to lose your head over this next one. That's right. It is Belloc. This is just an amazing figure, the deck on this guy alone. So another newly tooled figure comes with the staff, accurate to the climactic scene. Very detailed deco on his shirt and robe. I mean, just look at that pattern. And the team took a lot of time, and it was a lot of work to really achieve all that fine detail and make sure that came out really well. So super complex tampo work and deco stuff going on there on his shirt. Just really impressive on all that. Chest plate was super accurate, contains all those different stones, each one a unique different color, just nice and accurate to the film again. This guy is just crazy. The construction on his skirt alone, just all the layers and breaks to get the different colors and depth on that thing. It's a beautiful figure.
I saw Eric even lean forward, like, we've seen this figure a million times, but I can't take my eyes off of him.
Every time you get these things out, you dive back into them again and rediscover something.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Awesome.
And just like Indy waited all those years for this character, it feels like we've been waiting just as long for a figure this good. It is Marion.
Oh, I thought you were going to say monkey.
Monkey. I do like the monkey.
Monkey.
So, yeah, this is another newly told figure, another complex tampo pattern for her skirt and shirt. Wanted consistency across her sleeves and shirt. And it comes with the monkey, the frying pan. The monkey, we actually did photoreal on it. I love the monkey. He is one of my favorites. And we actually weren't sure if we were going to be able to do photoreal. We were originally going to go after more of a classic way, like execution for the deco, but it just wasn't looking good. But there's enough complexity in the face, and this is one of the smallest characters we've ever done with Inkjet, and we are really happy with how it turned out. We think it added a lot of depth to that character.
Yeah.
And obviously, she comes with her frying pan. We had to include her formidable weapon. And yeah, we're just extremely happy with how this character's turned out. Kim and Alexa down the model shop have done a phenomenal job in painting up all these figures and getting the
faces alone on all these characters really sent them over the top.
Exactly. So this is similar to Sala. There was a lot of conversations about which costume to do. This outfit places her squarely in the action with Indy, plus the monkey.
The monkey.
So, and yeah.
Awesome. So those are the 5 figures we're sharing today. But as promised, we also have packaging to show. And sorry, 5 figures in Adventure Series. There's
Adventure
more.
Series, yeah.
Now, it's the first time, of course, that we're showing the branding for our new Adventure Series segment. Our team did an amazing job with this look. Again, Marie, the rest of the team, they drew off the best parts about what works for other expressions, certainly inspiration from the Black Series and others, but also just did a great job of making it distinct and iconic and tied to Indiana Jones. You see this packaging, and it immediately, just again, seems so iconically Indy. So we're gonna go back to that first figure we revealed, that great 6-inch Indiana Jones, and let's show the packaging for our Adventure Series Indiana Jones. So we really wanted to be authentic to the Indiana Jones experience and blend the sense of adventure, travel, and discovery. You can see here the graphics blend maps, obviously so iconic to Indy, with a heroic montage of the character that feels really true to Indiana Jones. And certainly, you know, again, drawing inspiration from the Black Series there. I love that custom illustration, the collage style that wraps from the front panel to the side panel. You can see here the render, the whipping action took several rounds to get just right, referencing that conflict scene in the market. And you can see here, for those eagle-eyed fans out there, you may notice one thing that we haven't talked about yet, that icon right there. You know, it says
what could that mean?
What could that be? That's right, if you've guessed it, our Adventure Series line is going to have a builda in each wave. It's such a great fit for this line. Obviously, Indiana Jones is all about hunting treasure captured artifacts. And we're excited for you to be able to recreate this by hunting to complete the artifact in each line. So the builder for our first wave, of course, it's a build an artifact line. It's got to be the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark is one of the most iconic elements in the first film. It's right there in the movie title. Obviously, you know the movie was originally just Raiders of the Lost Ark. Doesn't even have Indy in there. So we had to get the Ark in there, and this program gives us the perfect way to include it in the line. So you're seeing images here, you're seeing it here on the screen. Again, it's a build-a program, so you will be able to construct this arc from all of the 5 characters we just showed. The handles come with Belloc, the top cherubs come with Indy, the lid and base come with Sala, and the side and ends come with Marion and Tote. Eric and the team, we ended up painting the entire artifact to be gold to get that great reflective metallic scene. For such an important artifact, we had to, pull out all the stops. It's very important. Its function, it opens up.
Right.
Just keep your eyes closed.
It doesn't fully function. No one's melting looking at this.
Exactly. Although again, Tote will. So it interacts with the figures. The handles are designed so figures can hold them. They can maneuver it around just like the movie. It's a fantastic piece. Can't wait for you to have it. So again, just to recap, Indy and Tote, which you can pre-order today, they come with pieces of the Ark, and then all you need are the other 3 characters revealed today when they go on sale. 5 characters for this wave make up the full build and artifact. So the Ark of the Covenant, it's fantastic.
Yeah. So we will keep it moving, and let's crack that whip and the rest of the packaging for this wave. Looks amazing, so let's definitely take a look at it. So first up is Tote's packaging. This is a classic pose of Tote throughout the movie with his boot, with his big coat on and holding his lapel. Next up, we have Sala. So this is inspired by the scene where Sala and Indy are in the desert right before the map room scene. Next up, we have Belloc. Inspired by the shot of Belloc right before they open up the Ark. Then Marion. This is inspired by the scene where Marion is walking through town with Indy and the monkey. And so that's it for, back to it. So that's it for the Adventure Series today. This is going to make up a big portion of our entire line. We showed the first 5 items today. There will be over 25 items in Adventure Series between mainline and exclusives. So if you liked what you saw today, definitely stay tuned for more.
That's right. So that's it for Adventure Series for right now, but let's talk about the Retro Collection. I love the Retro Collection.
Monkey.
Oh man, Retro Monkey. Ultimately, we're going to deliver a mix of original and never before seen figures, and that just reaches into my soul. Yeah, like never before seen Retro Collection Indy. So we just have 1 Retro Collection revealed today, but there will be more, like I said. For our first reveal, this is, I mean, if you're gonna do one, this is the obvious one to do. It's Indy. So Retro Indy here. Looking at that great classic Kenner style. Recreated that classic Indy figure in all his detail, down to his string whip, and of course his quick draw action feature. He's got that spring in his arm, just like the original did. Wanted to be authentic to those products from the early 80s. And in the 80s, articulation had come a long way. I mean, they had knees. Look at that, knees. I know it's nothing compared to Black Series now, but man,
awesome.
These were revolutionary. So yeah, he's got that, and it's always challenging recreating these figures. I mean, one of the designers on our team thankfully had a complete, beautiful set of Indy figures, and we actually used those and scanned those as a starting point to get back into these. And one of the things, I know some of our good longtime Indy fans out there will know that these original Indy figures had a problem with their thumbs. Thumbs would break off on those old Kenner figures. So we had to make sure that the one we were using had the thumb intact and recreated that, so hopefully no more broken thumbs.
Awesome. Will he come with a Rice Krispie treat idol? No.
Well, I think everybody has to make their own.
There we go.
I mean, although at his scale, maybe 1 Rice Krispie is the right size.
It's easy to make.
So, yeah, exactly. So, but Retro Collection, part of that is about the packaging, so let's take a quick look at that too. Obviously inspired by the original card back from the 80s, the symbols around the outside, and the original feature call-outs around the illustration, original film out, all that stuff. The team did such a great job on these two. and totally brings me back to my childhood.
Absolutely.
And this item is available at most major retailers, including Hasbro Pulse in the US, Canada, and the EU. And this one is available for pre-order today at 6 p.m. Eastern Time and on shelf spring of 2023.
Awesome. You mentioned childhood, and what a good segue. My personal connection is all about the childhood. Obviously, you know, we've talked about the movies. They're the heart and soul of indie, but I'm a kind of an expanded universe guy in Star Wars. I've talked about, you know, Thrawn and Jorah Chabat. Indie even more so. I loved the TV show, Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. If you haven't checked it out, do it. It's amazing. I love the characters there. I love the history, and I was a history major in college, and it's because of that show. All of my research papers were on Charles de Gaulle and Albert Schweitzer and Pancho Villa. My name in Spanish class, you have to take a name. It was Pancho. I was obsessed with that show. The books as well. I can tell you who Indy's wife was, Deirdre. He studied linguistics at the University of Chicago. So I just love kind of that history and that backstory for Indy, and has really impacted my life, which is great.
That's awesome.
I know, right? Surprise.
Right.
Yeah.
Pancho.
Absolutely.
Now we have a new name for you on conference calls.
All right, I think we have one more product.
We do. So the mystical artifacts that are the focus of each film for Indy provide such a great opportunity for toyetic premium roleplay. But of course, we said that we're celebrating Raiders of the Lost Ark today. And of course, the mystical artifact in that movie is the Ark of the Covenant. So, no. Sorry guys. No, unfortunately, we do not have a life-size scaled Ark either for reveal today or even ultimately in the line. I mean, we are working on a Deadly Spirits feature for coming out in case we can eventually work up to that, but that's probably still a few years off. So, however, there is a mystical artifact that's a critical piece to Indy's journey to the Ark in that film. So, to celebrate that journey in our premium artifacts line, we're going to roll film to reveal this next item. All right, you guessed it, it's the Staff of Ra headpiece. I mean, we made that guess pretty easy on you, but this thing has all the premium metallic finish and all that great sculpted detail front and back on the headpiece, just like you would expect. It's got all the script around the outside, and Patrick will show you here, if you get that piece in the right part of the tablet from the map room, plugs in and all that text glows around the outside there. I know it's pretty bright in here, so it's a little hard to see, but man, that thing lights up great. Medallion's removable from it, so you can actually separate that from the entire headpiece from the staff itself. So you can have the individual round. You saw that in some of the videos, and just the great display inspired by that map room scene. So fun Easter eggs everywhere for this. Multiple locations to put that in, so you don't always have to put it in the one that plugs it in. If you misread your scarred hand and have your kadams off, then I guess you have the wrong hole and it doesn't light up. But if you get it right, you're good there. So just a great piece. And since this is the only premium artifact we're showing today, let's take a quick look at the packaging. So we've got some great images here. Premium roleplay items are part of Adventure Series. And as you can see, we're including key movie moments and custom illustrations on the front. Some nice dark packaging to really highlight that stuff and kind of lend that premium feel. So I think just a beautiful package on this thing.
Yeah.
So this item is available at most major retailers, including Hasbro Pulse in the US, Canada, and the EU, and available for pre-order today at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on shelf, spring of 2023.
Awesome. All right, we got to wrap. That's it for our panel. We've got some very demanding Star Wars colleagues who want us to finish on time. We got to go change shirts. But that's just the start of our Indiana Jones line. The movie's coming up. We are excited to celebrate the lead up with more announcements. In early 2023, we'll be back with more news. But again, we just have 4 items going up for pre-order today. There's limited quantities. If you want to get some of the first items in the line, act now. Make sure you lock yours in. If you do, you will truly be smart as a whip. Bye, everyone. Back to you, Cleo. Thanks so much.
Yo, shout out to the Indiana Jones team. They're having way too much fun with all the quips. How about that, man? Indiana Jones fans are getting all the heat.
It's back.
It's back.
It's back. Indy in full form.
Woo.
You get the 6-inch, you get the retro, and the live-action role-play
The
feed.
staff,
Oh,
amazing.
come
The
on.
Adventure Series, the Retro Collection, the Premium Role-Play Staff of Raw, all of those things were debuted right here at Pulse Con 2022. And they already said there's going to be more news coming up next year. You got to love that, man. We got some reactions in the chat I'm already knowing. I know you guys are tuning in from all around the world. What's going on? That's pretty awesome. It is pretty awesome to see Indiana Jones back in all of his glory with the fedora, the jacket, the whip. The retro figure is what threw me. I didn't expect that, Amen.
Yeah, no, the packaging is beautiful, too. The art is insane.
That's what beautiful. It belongs in a museum, of course. Indiana Jones is one of the best archaeologists and treasure hunters.
We're gonna
in
say
all
he's
of
the greatest.
history.
We're gonna say he's the greatest.
Period.
Yeah.
Period.
Come on.
Yeah,
Indiana Jones.
Indy.
Come on.
Harrison Ford. Indy. And Melted Face looks awesome. Agreed. As soon as I saw Arnold Tote's alternative face that you could put on, it's a little terrifying.
For the fans.
It's a little terrifying, but
For
it's
the
a
fans.
heck of a moment in film history. So to be able to have that forever immortalized in figure form, that's something that you're gonna have to only get right here at Hasbro Pulse Con 2022, baby.
Yes,
Anybody
sir.
else? What else is going on in the chat, man? You guys having all the fun? What else, man? Yeah, bro. Yeah, that was an amazing reveal as a whole from the Indiana Jones team, bro. Getting a chance to really see these figures. It was beautiful, man. Well, what could top the amazing reveal so far? Any guesses? Well, the force is strong with Hasbro Pulse Con on this one. Our last brand, sadly, of Hasbro Pulse Con 22 is Star Wars.
That's right, man. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. You know what time it is. Woo! This is what we're talking about, the grand finale.
That's right, that's right. So let's dive into everything. There's so much stuff that you don't want to miss. DJ Amen, are you excited to check this out?
You have no idea how much Star Wars toys, collectibles, memorabilia. My house is full. And this is what I've been waiting for.
That's what I'm talking about. That's how we're gonna end the day. Jumping into light speed, then let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our Star Wars PulseCon 3. I have to admit, we're a little frazzled here. I did high school theater, college theater, so I've had quick changes, but that was a quick change for the ages here. Chris and Eric and I off in the wings, taking our indie shirts off, putting Star Wars on. But we are zooming here. We're leaving an adventure on Earth and zooming into hyperspeed, light speed, to a galaxy far, far away for Star Wars. And it is super exciting to be here. This is our third PulseCon. It's crazy that we've done 3 of these already, but we love these so much. It's such an amazing opportunity to just be with the community, not only here in the US, but really globally at this point. And it's been such an exciting year for Star Wars. It feels like we mention this every time, but it feels like there's never been a better time for Star Wars. This year's been great. We were so excited to get back at Celebration. All of us here with you today, we're at Celebration. We were at San Diego Comic-Con. That was amazing. And such a golden year for Star Wars entertainment. Obi-Wan was fantastic. Seeing the most live-action Darth Vader in 40-plus years. Who can argue with that? And, of course, Andor. Really just amazing. I've been watching all the episodes. I'm sure everyone else has, early in the morning, late at night to make sure I catch up on all of them. But such fantastic entertainment. So we're excited to talk Star Wars. Again, we were just Indie. If you missed our Indie panel, go check it out on the Pulse YouTube page. We revealed and pre-ordered pre-order later today, our very first Indiana Jones items. They're amazing. Go check it out. But now it's all about Star Wars. So we've got a great program here for you today. New product. We've got some talent here. We've got some fan Q&A. But first, we're going to do some introductions and just let you know who we all are if you didn't tune in for Indie. So just a reminder, my name's Patrick. I'm on our marketing team here at Hasbro. And Emily is joining us for Star Wars. We can't do Star Wars without Emily.
Plus me. I'm Emily, Senior Product Designer.
I'm Chris. I'm Design Manager.
And I'm Eric. I'm a designer.
Awesome. And Eric, tell us all about our first PulseCon exclusive.
Yeah. So first up, we are sharing our PulseCon exclusive, which was previously revealed. This is our Cassian Andor set. So This is a 2-pack of Cassian Andor and B2 EMO. This is our convention exclusive, as you can see here. These are both brand new figures. We are really, really happy with how they've turned out. Cassian was built from the ground up, brand new. We were able to take a lot of learnings from our Rogue One figure. And we were able to utilize new scans, new figure, new reference to be able to make a new Andor figure. He does have butterfly joints, which are hidden underneath his jacket. It's a nice flexible PVC, which will flex out of the way as you pose him. And yeah, it just really helps with the posing for that figure. The droid in particular, B2 EMO, was a engineering feat for us to be able to get, especially in this scale. When we got the reference, we saw that he did telescope up and down, kind of accordion style, and we wanted to have that featured in this item. So Tom, our sculptor, did a phenomenal job in engineering this to be able to make sure that it all functions, accounting for the wall thicknesses, making sure this thing doesn't get too big while still functioning and still looking accurate to the show. We're just really, really happy with how he turned out. And his head can tilt side to side. It's on a ball joint, so you can get a little bit of that inquisitive look that we see in the show. I have been loving that character. The duo of the two of those have been fantastic.
Well, I love how he can compress all the way down, extend
exactly.
Down. There's a lot of fun emotion there with him.
Sometimes he's kind of hiding. It was so cute.
Yeah, it's amazing how much, like, emotion they can get out of essentially a box character, like just in a simple movement of him articulating and accordioning up and down.
I feel like we're always on these panels and there's always a new engineering challenge.
Yes.
Right? I mean, we've had Black Series Battle Droid, I think with the pit droids that we talked about last year some. So I think you guys see these new droids in these new situations and it's not daunting, it's like a fun new challenge.
Like, bring it on.
Yeah,
No, absolutely. Like the minute we saw, we were debating like, oh, do we like just have him be in a standard pose? And we were like, no, it's unique enough for this character. We're like, we have to try to get it done, and luckily we did, and we're really, really happy with it.
That's fantastic.
So the packaging, this is our first 2-pack convention exclusive. We did the double wedge pack that pulls out on either side. We have an illustration on either end to be able to showcase both characters. The sleeve is a nice glossy on matte illustration with some really cool concept art. Marie and the whole packaging team has done a phenomenal job in crafting this new packaging, making it really exciting to collect and display. And this, the color is the red in the metallic version. So this is the metallic version of that Andor red that you will definitely get to see more of later. The Pulse Con convention exclusive is limited quantities available for sale now, starting today, October 1st at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And once it's sold out, it will go on pre-order to be shipped later this year. And also, just a quick note, the timing is tight at the reveal, so orders are starting at 6 p.m. So please bear with us if something isn't up immediately at 6 p.m. Definitely stay tuned.
Absolutely. All right, so for Vintage Collection, we also have a Pulse Con exclusive, and that is our Vintage Mandalorian Rescue Set. So this one, guys, is the story of that incredible raid on Moff Gideon's Star Cruiser. We were so excited to bring this to life with Mando, with his new weapons and effects. He's got his flamethrower, he's got his whistling birds kind of streaming through the air on that smoke trail. He also comes with his new Beskar staff. So lots of fun detail for Mando that we haven't done before. You can also see this one exclusively comes with those flames that can wrap around the Dark Trooper. It's like a flexible piece that you can dress onto it. It's really cool. And then also a little exclusive piece here. We do have soft goods capes, both for Mando and first time for Moff Gideon. As well, you can see Grogu. He's there in his captured pose. You just gotta rescue him. It's a new sculpt for him. Really cute and kind of pathetic.
Little tiny handcuffs. Yeah, it's awesome.
Freebie. And yeah, this one is our PulseCon exclusive. This is available spring of 2023. Pre-order this one today, 10/1, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Time.
On this one, I love it. It reminds me of some of the vintage convention exclusives we did back in the day. This is definitely the largest vintage convention exclusive we've done in a while, which is great. Vintage, just so much passion out there, and such a booming segment for us. And you guys keep out doing yourselves.
Absolutely, and the packaging is so cool. They created like a scene in the box, and then it's got great photography of that, setting that moment up. So it's a real fun one.
Awesome. Very cool.
Cool. And next up, you guys probably saw this announcement earlier. Hasbro Selfie Series is coming to Star Wars. So super exciting there. So you'll be able to check out all the products that will be available. And I don't know, I'm stammering just because I'm excited about these things. It's super fun, yeah. And we've got some here today we'll show you, but it's another Pulse exclusive launching at Pulse Con, super exciting. So previously revealed the Selfie Series. We've got our figures here. You're seeing some of them on screen now. The whole team. It's a super fun way to imagine yourselves as a Star Wars character, transforming into somebody from that universe.
It's us.
So,
this is the ultimate.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate corporate team building.
I think this one we're seeing right here might be the most handsome selfie I've ever seen.
I mean, it's very close to Miggs Mayfeld and
there you go, exactly.
Throwback reference to last year's PulseCon. But
that's awesome.
Yeah, no, this is great. So all available on the Hasbro Pulse app. Hasbro Selfie Series figures, they've got all the great deco of a regular Black Series figure, but then with your own face. So it's very fun.
Awesome. And Chris, why an X-Wing pilot? Why a pilot?
Well, I mean, I guess it's because I'm a pilot.
Yes.
There you go.
I chose to bring along Jing. She's our team member that couldn't make it today, but she's here in spirit. Hi, Jing. Jing Trooper.
And we've got a mini Mandalorian army over here with Erica and me. We're gonna take this on. I feel like we should kind of go on pause here so we can play with our toys. But no, yeah, this is amazing. It's there's something just so magical, right? Like, here at Hasbro, like, we try to, in the past we would, give figures away to people or like work them into the line, but like now just being able to bring the magic of seeing yourself in toy form, to seeing yourself as a Mandalorian, a trooper, that previously has only been reserved for, obviously Star Wars actors and, the George Lucas figures that we've done, but now it comes to you as well. Yeah, exactly. It's like looking in a little mini mirror. So really excited for Selfie Series. I love mine. I take them everywhere we go.
Yeah. And people were so excited at San Diego Comic-Con. We did a little preview. A couple of people each day could get their skin, and there was a huge line and a ton of excitement about it.
Yeah, I was wearing mine around on my lanyard at San Diego. He was just hanging out with me all day. It was great.
But that's how you lost it. There's a little.
Yeah, somebody out there.
Chris out there.
If any of you found a little Chris that looks just like this. Yeah, and just like this.
And it's also just amazing that we've come this far in technology. Like even just a few years ago, we wouldn't be able to do this with just scanning your face with your phone. The fact that we're able to do that now and get it to look as good as it does, like it's amazing.
Well, the same printing that we're doing on figures here with your own face on a figure that's a scan of you. So.
Yeah, I remember it's been a dream at the company for a long time, and when we have those dreams and the technology kind of finally unlocks it, the scanning tech with the app, it's like it's a great moment.
It's amazing. We could talk about selfie. This could be a whole Star Wars selfie panel. We have so much more to get to. Eric, are you okay?
Yep.
Are you okay, Eric? All right, we'll keep rolling.
Yeah. Mini Eric is plastic. He rebounds much better than full-size Eric.
Yep.
He does. All right. So a quick update before we dive into our reveals today. We have the vintage collection Boba Fett's Throne Room that we revealed early this year. So thanks to all the fans who showed their love and support for that thing. And you saw this at San Diego in person, maybe at Celebration, like just some, like it's been a huge response to this thing. It's so great. I mean, it comes with the throne room. You're seeing pictures of it here. A Bib Fortuna figure, all the deluxe details and accessories. Emily, like, what was it? 50 little accessories
50
in there?
accessories. And one of them is that little detail, that Kenner staff.
Oh, the Kenner staff is fantastic for Bib, yeah. So just a little update on that. Pre-order is closing at 11:59 p.m. Eastern on Friday, October 7th. So make sure you get your orders in at HasbroPulse.com. And you can get it on Pulse in the US, Canada, UK, and Germany. But some even more exciting news, you may have seen this. Pulse is expanding to more parts of the EU. So previously UK, Germany for Europe, but now also in Italy, France, Austria, Spain. So these markets can all buy the Throne Room play set on pre-order before it closes on the 7th. And then shipping fall of 2023.
And that's a big deal, right? I think it was February that we revealed this item. Pre-orders started. It's now what? I can't even do math, but it's like 7 months later. The community has had 7 months here to decide if they want it. Like, it's ending now. Like, we're not saying maybe it'll go on pre-order again in the future, maybe small quantities, but like, if you want to lock in this amazing item that Emily and the team poured so much passion into, this is the time. We also promised it would be available in the EU. I think I might have said that. It's not the Patrick's Promise, but it's one of them. But so it's there now. It's across multiple countries in the EU. So time to, if you've been on the fence, time to get off the fence. Pre-order it. Make sure you get it when everyone gets it next fall.
Own the throne.
Yep.
All right, so next up, we want to jump into that new Disney Plus content with the new Andor show. And so the first thing we'd like to jump into is Vintage Collection with the Cassian Andor figure. Guys, we're so excited about this show. All watching it and the drop of 3 episodes at once was so exciting. So starting off with this figure, this is his heroic costume from those first couple of episodes, from those regrettable misadventures that he gets into. We're bringing to life that costume with a flexible jacket. He's got his signature pistol. This is, once again, brand new from the ground up tooling. He's got his barbell hips and rocker ankles and all the good details for posing. So we had such a good time creating this character. And honestly, I think one thing to notice is just that portrait. Can you spin him back around?
Spin him back. I'm looking at the portrait from this side, and I'm giving everybody else the back. His jacket's amazing, but yeah, I don't want to hog the portrait
side. So guys, this is really capturing this actor. I don't know about you, but I do own the Cassian Andor from the Rogue One collection, and while I love it, I do think the upgrade to photoreal has just really done justice to the actor this time. He's looking great. So yeah, this one was so fun for us. I can bring out the package as well. This package has such a cool, moody card back. It's just like that gritty world, that underworld that they're showing in the show. And it's just bringing him to life. This one is available spring of 2023. Pre-order starting today, 10/1, and at 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Well, and I love, you can see that weathered logo on this one really good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really rare for us to bring weathering into a logo in the Vintage Collection line look, so we really enjoyed pulling that in this time just to be accurate to that show.
Definitely fits the tone of the show, which has been great to see in Star Wars. Yeah.
Absolutely. And so next up, another character from this show is Vel Sartha. So this one as well is a full new figure. Again, barbell hips, rocker ankles, all the good posing stuff. But an additional thing that we took as a challenge for figuring her out was making sure she has the range in her arms and as well the right hand angle to really hold that larger weapon well, getting that grip perfect for her. And coming with her iconic blaster accessory. These two are just so fun to bring that new show into the Vintage Collection. So, for this pair of figures, make sure to get your pre-orders in without delay. And again, these are pre-order for 10/1, 6 p.m. Eastern time.
That's amazing. It's fantastic to see. And it's just, again, the show's been amazing. It's great to see the packaging.
Sneak this in here for
absolutely.
Everybody too. Yeah.
And just, reading online, it seems like people are really reacting well to the show, which is fantastic. Obviously, it's a new slice of the Star Wars universe, which is what we love to see. So great to see these 2 items come to the Vintage Collection.
Yeah.
Awesome. But of course, we've got Black Series as well. So we love seeing these characters in the Vintage Collection. We're going to see some in the Black Series as well. But first, obviously, most of what we're going to talk about here today is product. We love when this entertainment, when these TV shows, movies back in the day, video games come to product. But obviously, the Star Wars universe is made up by the actors themselves, the talent. And we were really fortunate. I was lucky I got the chance to chat with 3 of the amazing actors and actresses who bring these characters to life through voice and live action. So we've got a clip here we're going to share with you. So we'll toss over to there and hear from the Star Wars talent themselves.
D. Bradley Baker here. I voice the Clone Army, as well as the Bad Batch.
Hi, I'm Michelle Ang. I am the voice of Omega in The Bad Batch, and thanks Hasbro and Patrick for having me. I'm dialing in from New Zealand.
My name's Simon Cassianides. I play Axe Woves in The Mandalorian. It's just such a pleasure to be here and to meet you guys.
Star Wars is obviously a global phenomenon. Michelle's in New Zealand. Simon, I believe, is recording this somewhere in Europe.
Yes, currently in Greece.
What kind of has been the global reaction from fans to the fact that you guys are Star Wars celebrities?
Yeah, I feel like I'm very new to the family. I actually only did my very, very first convention, which was Celebration earlier this year, which was on American soil and the stronghold of of the sort of Star Wars family. So I was absolutely blown away by just how many people traveled into Anaheim, California for that.
I've just seen it full force here on American soil, as Michelle says, and it's really warm and fun and overwhelming to experience that firsthand.
I had the great pleasure of doing my very first Comic-Con in London in July, which was the first time that I actually got to meet the world of the Star Wars fan base. And there was a panel actually with myself and Katie Sackhoff, and I just couldn't believe the scale and the warmth and the age range. And they came and they presented me with a plaque, and I was overwhelmed. I mean, you think you understand the scale, but then when it actually, you come face to face with it, it just blows your mind. I mean, it's just so humbling. This whole process is just, it's incredible. I love Star Wars.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. We've got some questions, we've got some toys, so we'll dive into it. I think we're gonna start with Michelle and Omega. Yeah, she is such an inspirational figure. I love seeing her in action. Michelle, I think you have with you, again, in New Zealand, through the magic of the mail service, yes, a wonderful cardboard box that has, I believe, a black... Yeah, would love. Do you want to open that up and show the world the Black Series Omega figure?
Yes, I am so excited to actually to see this. I did sign a few at Celebration earlier this year, but they were obviously kept carefully within their box. So I'm really excited to actually be able to touch this figure. It's pretty amazing. There's this beautiful artwork, some awesome pencil artwork of her on the side there. And then, ooh. It's so cool. It's so, honestly, wow, it's so cool. There's, she's limber. Wow. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. So all of her limbs move, and then there is the little gas mask from the episode where she and Hunter find that auto moon dragon. Does it fit? Let's see. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Yes. Wow. Okay. And then
nice job.
We have Ruby here from Roland Duran's pet, who Omega forms a bond with. Yeah. And then, of course, the beautiful energy bow that was featured in the clip. Oh, wow. This is so cool. Oh, my gosh. And it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. All of the detail, it makes it feel real, like we're not playing pretend, like our world actually sort of exists.
Simon, Mandalorian Season 2, Axe Woves.
To provide our own sound effects for it.
I've read that your favorite Star Wars toy growing up was Boba Fett. What was it like for you, growing up, loving kind of that figure, having that be a part of your youth, and when you learned that you would be playing a Mandalorian, not Boba Fett, but a Mandalorian in a show all about Mandalorians, what was that like for you with that kind of connection with your past?
So when I was cast and I went for a fitting, I walked in, and again, everything's closed off. And they revealed a Mandalorian helmet. And I said, what's that doing? And Sean the Triptych, who's the costume designer, said, well, you're playing a Mandalorian. And I asked her if it was okay to cry, and she said, most people do. And it was great to be given that permission.
Dee, your characters have had a really interesting through line with our kind of signature Hasbro events. And now we've got a figure that I think you're going to reveal to the world for the first time. If you want to show that to us, Dee.
Here he comes.
Absolutely.
He's got really beautiful detail on it. Lots of articulation. The detail on the face is quite nice, I gotta say. He's got beautiful little helmet that fits on like that. And he's also got a awesome little backpack. Then it gets even more interesting. He's got weaponry. He's got a little tiny blaster. And then he's also got, if he wants to go old school, He's got a little tiny knife. Tiny little knife. And then he's also got an automatic weapon too. Oh, I found it. Here it is. There it is. If you really want to do some damage, if you got to blast your way out of a tough situation, he's got that as well.
So this is the world reveal of our vintage collection Hunter. Excited for you to be sharing it, Dee. So obviously we saw Hunter. He's the first of our Bad Batch in our vintage collection line. Who do you think from the Bad Batch should come next?
Oh, that's a really tough question. I mean, I kind of think that he needs his quote-unquote ally/nemesis. Like Crosshair feels like the next sort of strongest choice. What do you think, Dee? Someone for Hunter to like butt heads with, but ultimately, you know, it's a very complicated, you know, relationship based on love. I think Crosshair would be the natural.
Crosshair can wait from the top of the mountain while Hunter does his work.
And I want to play too. I don't want to be left behind either. Come on.
I'll be fine back in the ship.
Thanks so much, Patrick.
Great pleasure. Simon, it's great to meet you. I can't wait to see what's coming up.
I hope to meet you all in person.
Yeah, maybe we'll see you at Celebration UK.
And seeing you all there, whoever's watching and whoever's in the room over there watching this, can't wait to meet you all.
Awesome. That was fantastic. It was so great to hear from the talented people who portray those characters in Star Wars entertainment. And I do just have to say, we clearly recorded that a little bit ago. I didn't just lose a beard and grow a beard suddenly magically, but Dee and Michelle and Simon were so gracious and so kind. So thanks so much to them. It was amazing to have that conversation. That was just a small section of the full interview, just to give a taste. It was a long-ranging conversation. So that full interview will be posted on Hasbro Pulse YouTube channel right after this panel. So definitely go check it out. A lot of fun stuff in there. But we got to keep this moving. We got to speed things up a little bit. So going back to our product reveals, as mentioned, as promised, we're moving on to the Black Series. So just like Vintage Collection, we've got some Andor figures to share. And it's really exciting to be kind of back to that cadence of day and date with entertainment. We just saw the first episodes of Andor, I think 11 days ago. And now to be showing product in both Vintage Collection and Black Series is amazing. So our first Black Series mainline reveal is, I always like to do a drum roll, the man himself, Cassian Andor. So this is obviously you're seeing here, it's the same figure as in our Pulse Con exclusive. This is the main release. So it's the same brand new figure, butterfly joints, full articulation, this key hero outfit from the show. So we won't say much more about the product. We saw that earlier. But the packaging, obviously, this is our Andor packaging. This is the first we're seeing what Black Series packaging for Andor will look like. And I just really love his action pose. Marie is our designer on Black Series, our brand designer, our packaging designer, and doing such an amazing job with this new packaging style. And it's great to see, obviously, the out of pack and the packaging shot. Very similar. That's the key Andor pose. But just great seeing this packaging look, amazing kind of atmosphere there. And again, just really exciting to launch this so close to entertainment. This looks great with the reference we received for the show. So that is our Black Series mainline Andor. And up next, you know, certainly Andor can't go anywhere, not in the show and not in the toy world, without his trusty friend and companion, Bix. So up next, we've got Bix in the line, which we're excited to share. So she's got brand newly tooled from the ground up. I love saying those words. It's great seeing the newly tooled figures in the line. She's got a flexible skirt, obviously, you know, a lot of action sequences, so that molded soft PVC for posing in all those action poses. Just a really great likeness, and we say this a lot, but I feel like you guys keep, Eric and Emily on the Vintage Collection, just these keep getting better and better. It seems like they can't, but this likeness is amazing. I'm sure in toy photography, you know, you're not going to be able to tell this figure from the show, which is fantastic. So she's got a unique accessory you're seeing here, her data pad. It basically has a piece that can plug in and out. It's similar to a USB. It's a space USB, basically. Everything's a space version. So that's the figure itself and the packaging. We'll put it up here. Another great package from that new Andor line look. I just really love her expression there, you know, resolute, determined, very clearly reflects the character from the show. So great new figure, great new packaging, really excited to see them come to the line. So we've got Andor, we've got Bix, but we're not going to stop there for Black Series Andor. Eric, who do we have next?
Yeah, so we have another exciting figure. It is Luthen. So he is, I was so excited to be able to work on this figure, to be able to bring him into the line. So this is another brand new figure for the Andor series. He has a large full body trench coat molded in a flexible PVC again to make sure that he can get into all those great poses. Had some really, really cool scenes. I love the stuff that we saw with him with Andor in particular. He comes with his blaster pistol, and he has a really unique looking knife as well. It's a functioning sheath with grooves and a spiral, so it's a really nasty looking weapon. It can and it functions as well, so you can take the sheath off, put it on, and it looks really good. And again, Tom, our sculptor, did a phenomenal job in capturing the likeness of the character, as well as our entire model shop. Kim, Angelica, Grant, they've all done a great job in painting these figures, making sure that they pay homage and really elevate the figure, especially with our inkjet. So, as you can see, his accessories in the front of the pack and the side panel, we have the packaging here. So again, this packaging has that new Andor color line look that we will see across our entire collection, and Marie has done a phenomenal job in crafting this packaging. The pose looks really cool on the pack, as well as the side art on the side. So next up, we have our Mon Mothma figure. So this is a beautiful likeness to the actress in the entertainment. We are really, really happy with how she looked. It's a really sophisticated and complex outfit with a lot of layers, accuracy to the show. She is just a beautiful looking regal character. And she has that gold deco on her inner sleeve. It's reflected look in the fabric, just like it looks in the show. Just really happy with that detail. And it really, you can see here in the camera, it really reflects that light well and really adds a lot of depth to the character. Just like the figure itself, the packaging for her looks fantastic as well. Yeah, the illustration on the side, she looks phenomenal on the pack. We're really happy with her presence and everything about this figure. All of these are mainline figures, and they will be available summer of 2023. Pre-orders starting October 1st, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And this is the first time we're getting a Mon Mothma of any entertainment in Black Series, right? Such an iconic character.
Yeah, and for how many times she's shown up now with like Rogue One and the original trilogy, to be able to finally have a Mon Mothma character, she was an important character to get into the line.
That's exciting, yeah. Very cool.
Yep. So next up, we are, as we saw earlier, we were discussing on the talent panel, the the Axe Wolves.
Wrong year.
Yeah, wrong year. Man, these years are just starting to blend together. So this Axe Wolves figure, we're really, really happy with how he has looked. We were able to utilize our existing brand new Mandalorian sculpt that we built purposely to be able to future-proof that figure. It's a Death Watch Mandalorian figure as a base. We wanted to make sure that he was very swappable. We could swap out parts easily, so we could get characters like Axe Wolves. He has a newly tooled belt, torso, and head. And we picked the colors to be cohesive with Bo-Katan and Casca Reeves, which are our previous figures that are in in his crew. So this is the final figure to round out her crew from the season 2 episode, and we're just again really excited to be able to bring him out there. We're really happy with how he's turned out. He does come with a removable helmet, removable jetpack, blaster pistol, and it does have a functioning holster that you can slide that into. This is another mainline figure available spring of 2023. Pre-order starting October 1st, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And I will just say, this figure, you saw him on screen, looks very fierce, very determined. Simon, nicest guy in the world. So shows his range of acting.
Exactly. It's really impressive. So we have our 40th anniversary for the Return of the Jedi. Obviously, very exciting. We love being able to celebrate the older shows and movies and stuff like that, to be able to bring those forward, bring out new characters, bring out some old characters that may have been a little bit difficult to get. So this was originally revealed at San Diego Comic-Con, and first up we have the Scout Trooper.
Yeah.
So this was pipeline revealed previously. We have our first wave of the Return of the Jedi 40th Black Series figures, and this is our first reveal. So this is our Scout Trooper. This trooper was seen throughout the Return of the Jedi, a really key troop building character. And he has always normally been included with kind of larger vehicles with the speeders, so he hasn't been offered as much as a single figure, and we felt like it was really important to be able to have this figure to be able to build out that world. And he does come with his blaster pistol, which does slot into his boot, a really unique holster for him. And the packaging for him, here it is. This is throwback packaging to match to the original card back for all of these. So we did a lot of research to try to make sure that we matched the correct card art and then make sure that it felt appropriate, scaled up to the Black Series 6-inch.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was always my favorite figure of the original Kenner figures, was the Biker Scout.
Yeah. The design of them look phenomenal. I love them.
Very cool. All right, so he's one of the characters from the movie, but not one of the heroes. So one of the heroes of the movie is our Black Series Lando Calrissian Skiff Guard figure. This is a very fun one. Just some great look here. He's one of the coolest outfits for Lando. Some amazing accessories, that removable helmet, the vibro axe. Such a good likeness with the inkjet on his face too. I mean, it's just Billy D through and through. It's very cool. Again, some great throwback packaging for him. Match the original card back like we do on all of these 40th anniversary figures. So throw a card back up here with him. So just a fun look at that classic style. Great throwback to Kenner reference, which personally I really nerd out over that stuff. It's great. All right, so that's Lando, but we've got more. He's not the last of them. One of Lando's buddies, and that is Han Solo in his Endor trench coat. So a great one here to take a look at. So another pack refresh of one of the original Return of the Jedi figures. That great iconic blaster, the really cool soft goods trench coat. I mean, it just fits him so well in Black Series like this. I mean, just all that flowing and stuff. You can see it posed out here, just really nice. Previously seen in the Heroes of the Endor Pulse Con convention exclusive from 2020, but now bringing him back so everybody can get their hands on him. Super cool look. Again, throwback packaging for him as well. So, drop that up there. Cool. I mean, and even the team, even just reworking the photos, because they were all retouched on those original Kenner packages. So retouching those backgrounds to just look exactly like the original card backs. All right, next up, we have a Leia figure, our fourth here. So the Black Series Leia, you see her there in her battle poncho. She's got that removable helmet, the blaster pistol, the cool soft goods, and also like the same camo pattern. You guys did such a great job on that. And with her also throwback packaging to match the original card back on her as well. But she's not alone. She has a little friend she meets in the woods, and that would be our Wicket figure. So, and Wicket, another amazing 40th figure. This one, it's so fun to see Wicket in Black Series. It's just super fun. It's a young Ewok, so he's smaller than our previous Ewoks. He's got those great accessories, the spear, the two clubs, the bow and arrow. And I know like we try and kind of keep true to what Kenner did originally on some of these 40th anniversary ones, but Wicket, he only had the spear in Kenner, and he's so tiny. We wanted to give you guys so much more accessories to play with and things to do with him. So great choices on those other Ewok accessories to really build them out.
And it'll help just build out that whole Ewok world too, like be able to have those other accessories. You can have him hold
variety.
Have a lot of more variety, be able to build those out. And yeah, Wicket was definitely a long time coming. We've needed him in the line, and the 40th was a great spot.
Great way for him, yeah. And mean, he's another one that really showcases the sculpting team on too. Like all that fur texture, and it lets us paint all that really fun variegated fur. So just really cool. The dry brushing.
Eric makes a great point. These aren't our first Ewoks on the line. We had two, I think, in 2020, right? Paplu and, is it Ramba?
No, it was Paplu and...
That doesn't matter, but we had Paplu and one other, and we were all like, well, when are we going to get Wicket out there? And so it's amazing being able to finally have Wicket in the line. I will say also, this is a lot of fun here.
We'll throw this packaging up here too while we've got it.
That's fantastic.
So there you can see some of those other accessories splayed out above him. So they're all mainline figures and available spring of 2023. Pre-order today, October 1st, starting at 6 p.m. Super excited to share some of the first Star Wars Return of the Jedi 40th figures with you. We'll have some more pipeline reveals at the end with even more Black Series news. All right, so next up we've got some fan questions. I think we want to take a look at our first one right now. So let's throw it over to that.
Hi Hasbro Star Wars team, James from Jedi News here. How close are we to getting more realistic looking metallic droids rather than the current matte finish? Thanks so much, keep up the awesome work and enjoy Pulse Con.
All right, thanks James, so good to hear from you. Okay, let's jump into that question. I think it's a good one. So we are always looking for new finishes and ways to best deliver these metallic figures to our fans. We know Vac Metal is definitely one of those ways we can get a really authentic looking finish for droids like C-3PO. But I would say that the balance we're dealing with is that at these days, it comes at a premium cost. So we do have to weigh its value and how it affects price of the offering. There's been good places to use it where it's been able to handle that. Recently we used Vac Metal in our exclusive Retro 6-pack that Chris worked on, including the R2 and C-3PO. It's just very iconic for them. Yeah, absolutely. Part of the original Kenner release. And we wanted to honor that history. We've also used it recently on the exclusive pram that came with Grogu for the HasLab Razor Crest. We thought that was a great place to do it. And we love the look. We're gonna continue to look for those right places where, the offering, the value, the price makes sense to use that premium finish for the figures.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, James, for the question. That was awesome. Yeah. All right, so let's go to question 2.
Hello, Star Wars team. It's Dan there from Coffee with Kenobi. I've got a question for you. What is the process like of designing a retro figure that was not originally produced in the original Kenner line, like the Mandalorian retro line, for example? And what sort of challenges come with this? Thanks so much, and have a great PulseCon.
Oh man, I don't know if we have enough time left for me to answer this question the way I want to.
Restrain yourself.
I know, like retro is my passion. I love these things, but it's such a great question, like for me, because I love the process, I love all that stuff, and this really ties so deeply into what makes retro look the way retro does. And bringing those never before done characters into that classic Kenner style, it's so much fun. We draw constant inspiration from classic figures. I'm constantly pulling reference figures out of my collection off my shelf, and it's great to just look back at how classic Kenner designers and sculptors handled their versions of those characters and try to be true to that with anything new we do. And I'd say, I think the two biggest influencers on the classic look were probably the availability of reference that Kenner had at the time, and the materials and processes they used to actually create those figures and sculpts. And for reference, where originally there may have only been a couple of reference photos, say like a walrus man mask and some hands, and maybe they weren't the right hands. And designers at Kenner had to make up the body of the figure. So you got some really amazing stylized things and a cool look that way. And now we've got such great partners in Lucasfilm. I mean, the same way Kenner did back in the day, but technology's changed. So now we've got this plethora of reference and things that weren't even available to Kenner but were around at the time. Now we have an abundance of reference. So trying to decipher how to limit how much reference we actually reference. How many times can you say reference in a sentence? But yeah, just drawing on that to kind of tune down how much detail we put in, because we've got enough info to put it all there. Another part of the look of the original figures is because of the processes and materials that were used. And originally the figures were sculpted in wax or carved out of acetate. So understanding how those materials and those processes are different than the digital sculpting process that we use today, and how to take advantage of the things that you can do with digital that you couldn't do with wax, but not make it look like you're doing it digitally, because there's a unique look to both of those. And having a team that understands, and the sculptors that understand those intricacies and specifics of that really help bring out the details and hone in on that classic look. So
that was the short version.
That was the short version.
We don't have the long version up on video on demand.
15 minutes left. Yeah,
that was great. Well, let's get back to product.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, though, for the fan questions. We're always glad to have such an engaged community, and we love to hear what you guys are curious about. But yeah, continuing on with product, let's continue on with the theme of something original trilogy. And today we have something special to reveal in the world of troop building. So we previously revealed our Figrin Dan figure, but today we've promised you'd get the whole Cantina band soon. So we're here to reveal the Vintage Cantina Band Troop Builder Pack. This is like a deluxe troop builder pack, guys. Now, we know Figrin Dan originally came with 3 instruments. He came with his own clue horn, his fanfare, and his fist. This pack builds out the remaining instruments. You've got the Omnibox, the band fill, and the gas and string drums, and that's a mouthful.
I'm glad I didn't have to say it.
Oh yeah, so you can see, you know, the Omnibox. It comes with the seat and the foot pedals. You can pose the figure really well on that. The band fill, it's around, you know, wraps around the neck. It's got that cool rusty brown color. It's a little different from the other instruments. It's like the bagpipe. And the gas and string drums, it comes with the mallets, so the figure can really pose wailing on that thing. They're common hands too. Like all of these figures can pose with any of these instruments. Very easy to pose out your full band. And yeah, this is the first Troop Builder pack that comes with more than 4 figures. This is a total of 7, the deluxe Troop Builder pack experience. So you can build out your full band all at once.
Awesome.
Really fun to see. And you can also see that in the package. Let's bring that over. So the package has that full lineup. They're really rocking out in that monochromatic look we've made iconic for the Troop Builders. This one is a Hasbro Pulse exclusive. This is available spring of 23. Pre-order that one today, 10/1, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Can I just say, this guy right here, he is absolutely my favorite. Here at the end, if we can show him, look at that. These other guys, they're punching the clock, they're getting their paycheck. He is living his best life right there.
That note, yeah.
Wailing away.
Totally.
Kenny G style.
There you go.
That was great. All righty.
All right, so moving on with the vintage collection, we're going to bring back a quick recap. And previously on the talent panel, we talked about a certain character, but it's worth taking a second beat on that one. So we're pleased to discuss a little the Bad Batch main crew coming to the vintage collection, starting with Hunter. Let's take just a moment to share a few more details on that one in a recap. So guys, this one is a fully new tool, and it's amazing. It's one of my favorites. So he's full of detail with that Bad Batch emblem on the shoulders, even down to that tiny skull and his bandana under the helmet. It's got a great new portrait. He's got that half skull tattoo across his face. You can see he's got his removable helmet with that awesome skull deco, his blaster, his second smaller blaster. The knife slides into the working arm sheath, and he's got his backpack. So he's accessoried out. He's like got all these details. And I'm just going to call out too about the backpack. We've been standardizing the backpack peg in the new tool figures so that the same backpacks, jetpacks, can fit on various characters. Something that you would have thought we'd done, but you know, there's a lot of diversity in 3¼ toys over the years. But we're trying to make that more standardized. So yeah, just another note on packaging on this one. It's a great film out. You know, it's got that smoke of battle rising behind him. Just a great detail on the armor and helmet of Hunter here. This one is a mainline pack, but it's a reveal only today. It's not for pre-order at this time, but he will be on shelves summer of next year.
Awesome. So those were some great product reveals. Loved seeing the Andor product, obviously Bad Batch, original trilogy. Star Wars has so many great eras, and it's great to see them all coming to the line. So that's it for product reveals, but we're moving on now to our final segment of reveals, our pipeline reveals. And I love seeing the product, but this is sometimes one of my favorite things, just being able to give a glimpse down the pipeline. You know, it's great to kind of peel back the curtain and give the community, give you guys a sense of what's coming as early as we can. So as always, just a friendly reminder, these are early sneak peeks. These figures might not be available until, later next year. Again, a look down the pipeline. Certainly the actual figure, the product reveals, the timing and details will be shared in the future. But now, let's take a look into the pipeline and see what's coming. So our first group, the Return of the Jedi 40th anniversary. Again, huge beat for 2023. The end of our 40th anniversary celebrations that started 5 years ago now. It'll be 6 next year. But just celebrating that original trilogy that gave birth to it all. So we will be talking about Return of the Jedi here. So we'll be starting with the vintage collection. Obviously 3 3/4 inch scale gave birth to it 40 some years ago. So first up, you're seeing here Darth Vader. We will have a new Return of the Jedi specific version of Darth Vader. It will be the quintessential to date Return of the Jedi Darth Vader. Emily's hard at work on it. It's going to be amazing. So can't wait to see that classic Darth Vader come to the vintage collection. We will also have some key characters that we've done before, some reissues in the line. Great Return of the Jedi characters that we've done before that definitely need to be out for that 40th celebration. So the first of these is Weequay. And I will say, I think I mentioned earlier, Return of the Jedi is the first film that I played with the toys. Weequay, I think I've said this before, was the first figure I can remember at least. Okay. Again, a young age. So I know I'm going to be getting that Weequay, and I hope you guys do as well. Great, definitely time to get Weequay back out into the line. Up next for our reissues from Return of the Jedi, Woof. Love saying that name, Woof. So again, a critical background character. We've done a lot of these great background characters in the past. I definitely want to get them back out there. Up next, Salt Murray, or more commonly known as Yak Face. So this one certainly was a few years ago and a nice kind of twin beat here. Obviously, he hits the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi, but 2023 will also mark the 5th anniversary of launching the HasLab Barge campaign, the HasLab that launched it all. So, and Yak Face was a critical piece of that campaign. So really excited to get Yak Face back out for fans who weren't able to get him then. Up next, we'll also be bringing back the Nikto Skiff Guard, another critical one for those barge and skiff scenes. And then finally, everywhere Nikto goes, Kithaba has to go as well. I don't know if they're friends. Maybe they are. I like to imagine that they are. So Kithaba Skiff Guard will also be back out in the line. So, some great new and reissued figures, but we know the vintage collection is all about the world building. That world building, background characters like we just saw, but also, vehicles and play sets. So, we have loved our play set business the past few years. Emily has designed some amazing play sets, most recently the Navarro Cantina, the Tantive 4, and so we're excited. Our play set for 2023 is going to align with that Return of the Jedi 40th anniversary. It's going to be the Endor Bunker play set. We see it here, obviously pipeline reveal. Can't wait till we get to a point where we can share the actual product. Emily's done an amazing job. It's going to be a great new entry in our playset lineup. And obviously that Battle of Endor, such an amazing, final act of Return of the Jedi. And so, this pipeline reveal can also say, we'll be building out that world a little more of the Endor final act. So a little teaser there as well. Pipeline for the pipeline. Yeah, exactly. So that's vintage collection. Black Series, as we know, Eric and Chris shared some of our first wave of Black Series. I think we pipeline revealed both waves, maybe at SDCC. But we're going to pipeline reveal our final wave of the mainline Kenner-inspired card backs for Black Series. So as always, these are a mix of some reissues and some, newly improved items. So Luke Skywalker will be certainly anchoring, it's the Skywalker saga. He's the hero of those first 3 films. So certainly getting that Return of the Jedi version out. And this will be, based on that newly reissued Luke Skywalker, the quintessential to date Return of the Jedi Luke in that outfit. So, and of course, Skywalker saga, the hero and the villain.
He's got to have somebody to talk to.
Exactly. He's got to have someone to talk to in battle. So Darth Vader will be coming out as well. You can see here that pipeline image gives away a little bit, but certainly this will be a newly improved, again, definitive Return of the Jedi Darth Vader. Also, this one's very exciting, so we'll see the image, but key character in the whole first 3 films and beyond, R2-D2. So we're pipeline revealing R2-D2, and I can also share, we're not going to go into all the details, but this R2-D2 will be newly tooled from the ground up. 2023, also the 10th anniversary of the Black Series. That won't be a big beat, but R2 was one of our first figures in the Black Series. It is a long overdue new sculpt, so we're excited to get that newly tooled R2 back out there. Not back out there, out there for the first time. Yeah, exactly. So I'm sure Eric can't wait to share that item when it comes to that point. And then a reissue for the line will be the Imperial Guard. Certainly iconic, amazing character. I remember playing with that figure too. But we'll be getting him back out on that iconic Kenner-inspired card back. So that's Return of the Jedi 40th, but more pipeline reveals. We're pipeline revealing a lot. Exactly. That's 40 years ago. But again, we've talked a lot about this great golden era of Disney plus entertainment. And so, recently, earlier this year, obviously we've been talking Andor and Obi-Wan a couple months ago, but Book of Boba Fett earlier this year, jam-packed year. We saw some amazing new characters and new figures in that show. And so we're pipeline revealing, I think, some of our first, if not the first, entries into the line. So starting with the Vintage Collection, coming to the Vintage Collection from the Book of Boba Fett, it's going to be the Tusken Warrior. Obviously, Book of Boba Fett, it was really just cool to dive into kind of the Tusken tribe, the clan, and learn more about them. And that Tusken Warrior, such a dynamic character. And so it's going to be amazing to see her in the Vintage Collection line.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So that's Vintage Collection. We've got some Book of Boba Fett for Black Series as well. So first up here, obviously Tusken Warrior kind of anchored the first part, Pike Trooper. Such a key part of the last arc of the show. And so this is going to be a great troop builder. We're excited for the Pike Trooper to come to the line. So we're kind of working through the acts of the show, right? It started with the Tuskens. Obviously, we saw Pike Troopers. For me, the last episodes were all about the live action appearance for the first time of Cad Bane. So you see him here looking amazing. I love this character from Clone Wars. It was great to see him come into the line. Obviously, we saw him in Bad Batch as well, but this will be a Book of Boba Fett version of Cad Bane. In toy form, he's going to look as amazing as he does right here. And then finally, obviously, we saw the Tusken Warrior in Vintage. The Black Series is going to get the Tusken Chieftain. So we can see him right here. Again, just going to be amazing to build out that world of the Tuskens. So that's Vintage and Black Series. There's so many pipeline reveals. I got to take a drink. So that's Vintage and Black Series. Role play, another key part of our line. So we have, I believe, 2 pipeline reveals for premium role play for both lightsabers and helmets. So first up in our FX Elite line, for the first time in FX Elite, it's going to be Luke Skywalker's green lightsaber. So this obviously, we've seen this in a lot of different places. Certainly this is a part of Return of the Jedi 40th as well. We see that lightsaber for the first time there. As you can see here, we're specifically tuning it up to the appearance of Luke recently in Book of Boba Fett and The Mandalorian. So you see here that amazing shot. We've talked about it before, but that moment where we kind of all realized it was going to be Luke gradually. Who was coming in on that X-Wing? And so, exactly. So we love this item in our FX line for the first time in FX Elite, Luke's green lightsaber. Our final entertainment for the pipeline, the Clone Wars. So, we're going to reveal a product here, but we're also sharing that we're going to do in 2023 a mini beat against the Clone Wars 20th anniversary. So this obviously, if you know your Clone Wars history, which I know you do, this is not an anniversary of the Dave Filoni Clone Wars, but the Clone Wars world, kind of that era was begun 20 years ago with the Genndy Tartakovsky programming. We certainly celebrated that in 2021 as a part of our 50th for Lucasfilm. But throughout 2023, again, a mini beat, but we'll be celebrating the 20 years of that Clone Wars world, both the Genndy, but also the Dave Filoni world. So today, we're focusing on that Dave Filoni animation. It's one of the biggest fan favorite Star Wars shows and definitely a favorite for the team as well. So we're sharing a big one for today. There's going to be more Clone Wars 20th in the future, but for today, a premium role play helmet, the Clone Trooper helmet. Yeah.
Yeah, finally.
Chris has been hard at work on this one. It's going to be great.
Well, Lee.
Yeah, Chris and Lee.
Spielberger,
absolutely.
yeah. And Todd, and yeah, the whole
Absolutely.
team.
So sharing a pipeline today. Can't wait until we can share that product. It's going to be amazing. You know, we did the Imperial Stormtrooper helmet, 6 years ago at this point. It's been a long time for the Clone Trooper, but we're excited to get that one out. So more to come for the Clone Wars 20th. All right. Our final, it feels like we keep saying final figure, final list, final line. Our final pipeline reveal related to the Clone Wars universe, but from the Bad Batch. And just, you know, a quick note here. This is a reissue. It's our quick pipeline, but this is a critical reissue. We definitely need to get this one back out there. It's going to be Hauser. And you can see the entertainment image there. Clearly, for those of you out there who know, we've released the product before. You know, through the magic of getting product out, timed with entertainment, didn't quite have the correct name. It will now. So we're excited to get Hauser out there on the right card back with the right name. So there's no more final pipelines. That is the final pipeline. That's it for our panel. As always, such an amazing time. Great getting the fans involved. It was great, you know, integrating James and Dan in here as well. You know, so many fun reveals. Definitely, again, those go on pre-order at 6 p.m. As mentioned, again, there's a week left for that Book of Boba Fett throne room, so check that out as well. Go get that. We talked about all the indie products. We've had an amazing time here today. I hope you guys have as well. Such a fun way to spend the weekend. Again, we're so excited to be here with you. We're so excited to talk Star Wars. We can't wait till we get to do this again. We had our favorites here today, but we're excited to hear from you as well. Cleo's going to lead that, but we're going to sign off. So thank you guys so much for joining us. And until we see you again, may the Force be with you. Bye, guys.
See you, everybody.
Bye.
Man. Oh, man, so much good stuff, man. Shout out to Patrick and the Star Wars team.
Let's go.
Woo! I need all of it. I need all of it. That was amazing. All these reveals. And then the Hasbro Selfie Series for Star Wars. Woo! Oh, my. They are really making dreams come true for all of us. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, I'm speechless. It's a Cleo Stormtrooper.
Come on, man. Look at this.
Come on, DJ Man, which one did you pick?
I'm Mando. Look at me.
The one and only Mando.
Look at me.
Bring you in. Huh? Gold.
That's right. That's how it
I love
goes.
it, man. Come on, you gotta check them out. You gotta check them out, man. Cleo Stormtrooper Selfie Series, it's happened. It is official. You want one too, right? Yep. Well, US Hasbro Pulse members, get the app to get your very own Star Wars Selfie Series figure. And remember, these figures are usually $79.99, but right now, Hasbro Pulse is currently offering the Hasbro Selfie Series figures for only $59.99.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So hurry up. Get yours. Make a dream come true.
Come on.
So much to unpack from Star Wars today. So we want to know, what was your favorite segment? Was it the product reveals like Andor, the original trilogy, and the 40th? Was it the talent panel with some of the stars of the Disney Plus shows? Or the pipeline reveals about what's to come? Type it in your chat right now. We want to know. Spam it. Let us know, man. DJ, man, what'd you like the most?
I cannot wait to get the Clone Trooper helmet. Put it on.
Yes.
I can't wait to get Luke's lightsaber.
The lightsaber.
I can't wait to get all the retro Return of the Jedi 40th anniversary. Amazing.
Yeah,
and there's so many figures that we've been waiting for. The Hasbro Pulse Con exclusives off top right now. Right now. Put in the order.
Spam it in the chat, man. We want to know what was you guys' favorite. For me, it was seeing the lightsaber. Seeing Luke's green lightsaber, that's going to be coming up very soon. Oh, even the Andor figures. These are brand new. These are brand new figures that we're going to get a chance to see these characters now in toy form, man. I'm still very excited about my Cleo Selfie Series figure right here. I'm a Stormtrooper. I'm a Stormtrooper. All right, our favorite segment looks like the chat has spoken. It was the reveals.
Of
course.
reveals.
That's what everyone was so pumped about. That was my opinion as well. All right, we hear you. So does the Star Wars team, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Hasbro Pulse Premium members, it's almost time. It is 2:03 Pacific Standard Time.
That means you're 3 minutes late.
You're 3 minutes late. You gotta go. Early access is yours to select pre-orders right now. Are you not a Hasbro Pulse Premium member yet?
It's all good.
There's still time. Sign up right now so you can get access to. All right, what a way to wrap up Hasbro Pulse Con 2022, right? Right? I'm sorry it has to come to an end, but wait! There's more. Yes,
Always.
yes. There is always more for you.
Always.
It's not over just yet. Head right now to Hasbro Pulse's website to catch up with tons of extra video-on-demand content from your favorite franchises. DJ Amen, any final words for our Pulse audience?
I just want to say thank you, everybody, for rocking with us in the comments and watching 2 full days of nothing but new toys.
That's
right. We got more coming. What a time to be alive, right, Cleo?
Your collection, I know, just grew tenfold, right?
Oh, man, I'm about to buy a bigger house.
That's
what's going on. I have so many toys, and there's so many cool products that I'm about to go in on. You have no idea, man. There it goes.
Yeah, man.
There it goes.
And a huge thank you to our fans for tuning in, for helping us achieve our donation to Toys for Tots.
Yes, sir.
All of this is only because of you. On behalf of Hasbro, the Hasbro brand teams, and of course the Hasbro Pulse team, I want to thank you for joining and hope to see you again soon. Okay? Okay, we gotta go. We gotta go so I can shop all these toys. DJ Amen, let's roll out, baby. Let's roll out. Let me grab this. I got my Black Panther one down here. Let me grab my